Reporting stakeholder, At-sik-hata Nation of Yamasee-Moors, Chief Nanya, registered copyright trademark chief of the reporting nation. Then we go down to the main activities of At-sik-hata Nation of Yamasee-Moors. We work to address key human rights issues by going out in public and doing events. Maku Chief Nanya of the At-sik-hata Nation of Yamasee-Moors, guest speaker at Sangay Couture, pre-launch on the 3rd month, 12th day, 70th year of the Yamassee calendar, August 14, 2015. Of the Gregorian calendar equals fate time. Topic: Black has no standing at law. SF 181, definitions of bead, white, black, and UN International Decade for People of African Descent, which we are in, which will be ending on the 31st of December of this Gregorian calendar. 2, publishing our complaints, UPR reports, inputs, and responses to UN questionnaires on the internet, social media, emails, blogs, videos, etc., asserting our indigenous standing and right to self-determination in accord with the UN Charter, the UN Convention on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, UNDRIP, which is the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, which Gaffy Boy and the rest of the people like that don't talk about, the American Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, that's pushed out by the OAS, which is the Organization of American States, and the UN International Decade for People of African Descent, and the UN Declaration on Human Rights. Goals to realign ourselves with our indigenous and autochthonous existence. So the link is here. When you click on, when you go back to here, you click on here and it'll take you to where we're at. And then I'm going to go to the next link, which is the 2019. So this one here again, UN, Human Rights Council, Universal Periodic Review. These are the reference documents that was given to the United Nations. And when you click on this button here, it's going to bring you to the UPR report. So now you can see that the link works. We found out today that the links have been tampered with at the UN, so they're not working. But we found the link that goes directly to the 2010 UPR report that I did. So all these links here, when you go down on page 2, on the background in paragraph 4, all these links, none of them work. Now, how is it these links are not working when this is published on the UN website? We're having a problem. Then I go back again. This one doesn't work. This is the UN, US Human Rights Network. So the US Human Rights Network doesn't work. The Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, the website, the web link it was at, that doesn't work. The internet for the Office of the High Commission for Human Rights, CERD, which is the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, that doesn't work. Why are they all of a sudden not working? And not even the UPR report link that we had for the United States, the UPR report against the United States of America, we don't have that link. It doesn't work. So when I click on it, it doesn't work. It says page not found. So now look at what happened, and you see UPR report of the United States of America. So this document here, which is the UPR report we did in 2010, the United States government, the US Department of State, they have it. So we're going to go through these tabs here. So here, page not found. Then when we go to Contemporary Critical Thought in Africology and Africana Studies by Clyde Ledbetter Jr. and Molefe Asante, both of whom are PhDs, when we click on this, what do we see? At-sik-hata Nation of Yamasee-Moors, listed as one of only 3 people of quote-unquote African descent who actually filed a report against the United States government under the UPR shadow report. You know, the ability to have that option and utilize that in international law. They didn't do nothing. So all the people who are African American, the domestic Negroes, they don't have human rights. They're not entitled to human rights. That's the trick. That's the secret. That's the reason for the civil rights attorneys, because their job is not to allow you to acknowledge that you're international. Once you're international, that's a whole different set of rules and different set of laws that apply. So now you see we're mentioned. PhD published, the book is published by Google. So you can purchase this book and see At-sik-hata Nation is mentioned in there. Then when you go do a At-sik-hata Nation stakeholder of the United States, look what comes up. Universal Periodic Review, At-sik-hata Nation, UPR. Let's open this link into another page, see what happens. Evidence. And then when you scroll down, it brings you to the previous page I was showing you. So you see At-sik-hata Nation and Yamasee-Moors. Next, NGO, because our nation is also an NGO. And ONIC was one of the indigenous groups in Colombia that we signed as a letter of support for them. So we're not domestic, we're international. And so this is a response to a couple members of our nation regarding the email, the TikTok that Gaffy Boy did. And so again, when we do go 2010 At-sik-hata Nation, UPR, what do we get? UPR report, United States of America. At-sik-hata Nation and Yamasee-Moors input. 15,400. This one was 371,000, and we know it's way more than that, and it'll definitely be more than that once I do finish this video. And then again, we talked about social networking. As you can see here, October 3rd, 2012 at 9:55 a.m. And here is the link, which doesn't work anymore. This is the link that was used showing the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, the Universal Periodic Review. This is here on Facebook. Facebook is a third-party, fourth-party witness. So now I'm going to click on that to show you page not found. So I appreciate Gaffy Boy doing that TikTok, because now we know they've been trying to hide this, which doesn't really make sense because, again, we found it. We did another At-sik-hata 2010 UPR United Nations, At-sik-hata Nation and Yamasee-Moors. UPR report in the United States of America. At-sik-hata Nation and Yamasee-Moors. So we're internationally recognized. There's no doubt about it. Then United 2010 United UPR, United States of America stakeholders, Universal Periodic Review. We're a stakeholder, lien holder, creditor of the United States. That's why they're hiding this document. Universal Periodic Review, the link over here, this is the one for third cycle and the first cycle, which I showed earlier. So when we go all the way to the back, or to the front, what do you see? This is the only link currently that is working. All the other links which were in this UPR report from 2019, let's see, that should be this one. Yes, so this is the 2010 and the 2019. So this is 2010 and this is the 2019. So these links have been stopped and they wanted to hide it. Now we have it. So people, you can go to www.oacchart.org/files/documents/Yamasee_nation of Yamasee-Moors .pdf. This is where you get the document. So as you can see, they responded, "Dear Nanya, we have uploaded your file." And then this is the UPR back in 2020 on October 14, 2018. They write me. So Friday, October 11th, 2019 at 5:57 a.m. UPR submission. Dear Mr. Maku Chief Nanya Shabu Ale, we are writing in reference to the submission made by your organization to the Third Universal Periodic Review of the United States of America, attached. So all this, the Holy Tablets, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, the annexes, Regina versus Jah, the Vatican treaties, the liens that I have on the Vatican, and includes At-sik-hata Nation, all of this the United Nations has. So they know who we are. So why didn't... Oh, hold on a second here. I know you're all going to say, what happened? We missed it.
Temt-Ta, Rawat ila Antutin, Ahlan Jol Wahed. Hasa fi paren shilpa Temt-Ta, Inanatha Kull fi istatba shilpa Temt-Ta, Wakul istatba shilpa Temt-Ta, Kalun karna. Hasa Inanatha wah kar pa Temt-Ta, Wa hasa pa Temt-Ta, Kalun wah karna. Hasa Inanatha Kull dik, Inan ahtigua, Kar pa Temt-Ta, Wa hasa Inan ahtigua, Kalun li kawun kar pa Temt-Ta hasa inan atha najuh mul kar pa Temt-Ta wa hasa pa Temt-Ta kalun najuh mul kar na hasa inan atha daiman kar pa Temt-Ta wa hasa pa Temt-Ta kalun daiman kar na hasa pa Temt-Ta kalun inan atha Hasa pa Temt-Ta yakul inin aikilua. Hasa pa Temt-Ta dura inin abmilua. Amun. Now in the name of the all, now we are in the consideration of the all, and now all consideration is with us. Now we are one with the all, and now the all is one with us. Now we are all we need with the all, and now our need is for being with the all. Now we are successful with the all, and now the all is successful with us. Now we are always with the all, and now the all is always with us. Now the all is, we are. Now the all can, we can. Now the all does, we do. Amun. Rawadi la Antitina Athlin Jawahid. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to our monthly open Q&A. Please do not be shy. This is your opportunity to ask questions about what I've done, the videos, At-sik-hata Nation, all the body of work that has been accomplished, so you have a better comprehension and see how it does relate to your life. So go right ahead. Please click on the toggle button or put your question in the chat. Go ahead, Aferti.
It's kind of quiet. Greetings, Maku. Greetings.
Shaayuaat.
With everything going on, all the work you're doing, I thought everybody's hand would be up, but definitely mine because there is a lot going on. I sent you an article on migrants in Chicago driving without licenses. Now I'm having I'm in a situation, or they're having a situation with me here in Citrus County and Marion County about driving, with a license that they suspended and a registration that they are forcefully keeping from me. So when I looked at People versus Northus here, it's a Supreme Court decision. It says that you don't, that basically you have a right to travel outside of safety, traffic lights, and speed limits, but you don't need a license, you don't need a registration or forced insurances. So for these migrants, it sounds like the police in Chicago are giving them this privilege that we all, that are letting them get away with some, without driving, without their credentials. What is your opinion on that, and what have you heard about?
I don't have an opinion on it. It's a matter of who's giving them that, and that would have to be who? The insurance companies. Because we know they work under a quota system, so we know that. And we also know that because of the article that you sent me where they're not doing anything in Chicago regarding the migrants, and
Sure.
I've talked about this, I have a feeling that there's been some kind of a diplomatic immunity that has been given to the migrants coming into the corporate United States,
Sure.
where they're letting them get away with stuff. There's guys that have been deported that they catch them again and they release them, or if they get charged, they get released, they get bail and can get out. So this is what you're seeing, the restructuring of the corporation. Now, this, of course, is to keep people distracted from what? The fact that the U.S. was dissolved on October 12th, 2021. Once that fact comes out, even the mega, Make America Great Again, that's not going to mean anything because it's all dog and pony show. And what I mean by that is this. When Disney was going after Ron DeSantis, the governor in the state of Florida, and he was effectively shutting down their board and saying the board has to answer to the state of Florida, what did they do? They invoked the 1692 clause, Royal Lives Clause Act, saying that they're underneath, what's his name, Charles III. So this now created a precedent in that a foreign, at least from what the public thinks, a foreign statute is used in a state and federal case. So the 1692 Royal Lives Clause Act
stating that they can't touch the area that Walt Disney Resort sits on until the last descendant of Charles III is died, and not till 25 years after that one has died. So that allowed us to bring in the Regina versus Ja, of course. It allows us to use the Magna Carta of 1213. It allows us to use the 1537 Sublimis Deus, because that precedes that. All of these statutes that I'm mentioning are outside of the United States corporately, as well as what they would call organically, if they think they have a constitution. So it's not a thought, it's a matter of how long do they think they're going to keep up the charade to the American public. The migrants already know they get free reign. But the American people, when are they going to wake up to the realization the country, the corporation was dissolved, it's underneath what's called the bona vacantia, subject to United Kingdom / Charles III. And that was proven in 1997 with the Social Security Act, where Elizabeth II changed the Social Security Act. Nobody said anything about that. Nobody said anything about her changing the act. Nobody said anything about Joe Biden saying, God save the Queen. Those are what's called treasonous statements. What happened? Nothing. Nothing happened. So we are looking at a situation where they're reorganizing the corporation, and they have to get rid of the people that were there prior to. And once they get rid of the people prior to, most people are this last generation here, they don't study history. They don't look at what happened in the 60s, what happened in the 50s, what happened in the 40s. They don't study that. So they don't know the pattern. They won't see the pattern. They won't see the repetition that's being done in the future. And it may be altered or mutated in a different way, but the principle is still the same. So we have a opportunity, all the autochtons, whether you're in At-sik-hata or not, this is our opportunity and our moment, as we want to get back in tune with nature, to show the corporation, well, your statute says this, your statute says that. You have to honor it. The dishonor is the problem. Like, what do you do when they dishonor? Hence the reason for the heka.
Marco, I had, with the experience I'm having now, it is a learning experience. The debtors around me, it's more fear tactic and more, I said, what are you worried about? We have the truth. All you have to do is stand on it. It's like a surfboard. It's rough, but you don't put your head back if you know you're standing on the truth. So what I decided to do, being that I graduated from the Corrections Law Enforcement Academy in 2009 here in Florida. I came third in my class, and one thing I didn't know at the time, I didn't know you. I knew I was Indian, but I just wore it. Wasn't living it. But I did notice in the academy that they never spoke on indigenous rights. And I do know in the police academy, which is right next to us, because they just do 5 weeks more for street training, that they didn't get any indigenous rights training. So what I've decided to do is send notice to the academies. I'm going to form it, put my piece together. And when I do, I want them to know that you should be implementing indigenous rights. Send them the copies of certain documents that you have on, like the one I have in my case on your UPR and human rights. I have that in my case, which is part of my attachments. Much appreciated. But to let them know, giving them notice, you have to get back to me within 30 days. Get back to me and let me know that you read this and that you will do something or you're not. I just want to know where you stand, and then hit them with a notice of default, hit them with a commercial lien, and hit all these law enforcement academies to say this is where the shit starts. It starts here.
I'm gonna interject here first. Have you notified that academy your race and ethnicity?
Not since I became white. No.
Let me ask us again. Have you informed that academy, because they'll have a record of your debtor being black? Did you send a copy of your SF-181 to that academy?
No, I didn't.
Therefore, you're putting the cart before the horse, because they're
Understood.
dealing with the pre-existing contract. And you haven't established that. This was from the webinar, and we told people this, whether they went to college, university, specialized school, that once you do that, you have to go back to that contract, that pre-existing contract, and have them to change it. Because for you to change it with their record, not amended, then the counterclaim or it's established that you're still that old ethnicity. And I'll emphasize this again, especially for those that have graduated. This is not to say you can't assert your whiteness and your autochthonousness. The point I'm saying here is the vision of people who work in government is extremely narrow. They do not see outside of anything other than what they've been trained. They've been taught, look at this, don't look at that, don't look at this, don't look that, don't look behind you, look here. And that is an absolute. So when those type of situations occur, you have to focus on what they're asking. Anything you do outside of that, outside of their training, that they'll say, hey, take that up with the judge. They are a code enforcer, not law enforcement, because law and code are not the same. Lawful and legal are not the same. Legal can be done using color of law to make it look that it is legal. Lawful means you cannot break it, and if you do, there are consequences. So very much like if somebody says they don't want to eat, there's a consequence for that if they go overboard in their fasting. If somebody like what was that guitar player, Santana, he went out and performed a concert and he passed out because it was like 95 degrees or 100 degrees a few years ago. I think people will recall that. And he blamed himself and said he should have stayed hydrated before he did the concert. And during the concert, he was not hydrated. So what was the consequence of not replenishing the body with liquid? He passed out. That's the body sending a message. We got enough to keep you alive, but what you're doing right now, we got to put you in shutdown mode. We got to put you to sleep. And then when he passed out and they brought him back to, then it was like, yes, he wasn't drinking enough liquids. So this is what I'm talking about. Everyone is responsible for their contracts, their pre-existing contracts that they may not have made mention of on the webinar. And those places, agencies, etc., you inform them via your SF-181. Now you have what? A contract. You've time traveled from this point back to that past with the energy from here to there, connects it, and it now becomes now, no pun intended, that energy of the past will be overridden by the energy of the now. Because in the past, it was based upon what? Fraud. David Miller talked about all the contracts out in this system. They said he called it 100% fraud. I call it 1,000% fraud. Governments produce fraud. That's what they manufacture, fraud. They do not manufacture stuff in tune with nature. They don't manufacture that in terms of your rights. They will allow you your rights as long as your rights don't encroach on their fraud.
Exactly. So I have a question on that, because yesterday when he said, well, if you drive the car and we see you driving, I'm going to arrest you. So I said, you're going to kidnap me. So based on what I just read, and knowing that in Florida, that not having a registration or a driver's license is a misdemeanor. It's not even a crime. What did he commit? Did he commit a felony by saying he would arrest me knowing that it's only a misdemeanor?
That's kind of irrelevant in terms of it's a misdemeanor. They have did law enforcement. The discretion is up to them. We saw a video of a woman standing there with her daughter, and she was accused of shoplifting, and she ain't got no bag on her. She's just wearing her skirt and her dress, and she got nothing in her hands. And then her daughter had to say it was her auntie who did the shoplifting, but they still arrested her. Why? Black, has no standing at law. People cannot live in ignorance and expect to be exempt from the consequences of being ignorant.
And please explain this because I sent it to you, but I want to understand that the customer service, whatever they call it, community service agent, she put me down as black.
Okay, well, that right there, that can be contested because from what I recall, the information you provided had race as white, if I recall that correctly.
Two of them had white, and the one that she wrote had black on it.
Yeah, so that's the one you can contest that.
And she put my vehicle as 2011 instead of 2024. So I can get out of that as well.
Well, I don't know about getting out. I know you can contest that and challenge that.
Challenge it, right.
See, this is about contesting and counterclaiming that situation. And this is where I tell people to be vigilant, because a lot of things can happen sometimes and it's not earthly. It's like out of the movie The Omen. So, like I said, the counterclaim would be on her marking you down as black, and that's not going to stand. So that can be challenged. And you have the QR codes and other things to validate what your race and ethnicity is. And this is a problem that we talked about, not you and I per se, but in general. This is the issue that if people do not want to claim white, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa, they're not going to get remedy. And so this is where living white, having a white network, white support, all of that, because we're purging all of that blackness out and changing our conduct and how we function, how we deal with each other, etc. And what is going to, another thing that cannot be overlooked is what would be considered normal in this system, we would be considering that abnormal. So everybody understanding that. Because when you're changing your mentality, what they say is acceptable in terms of conduct or code of conduct may not necessarily be in line with nature. Is everybody getting what I'm saying? And so then that puts you into conflict. And I want to give an example so people understand something here. Oh. apologies for that, everyone. Let's see, where were we at here? Yes, all right, everyone pay attention here. We're going to start off with puberty. Now, they say a woman is an adult at what age? Aferti, what age?
14, or when she has a menstruation around that time.
No,
Oh, 18. Is it 18?
Okay, 18 years old. I'm talking about from a corporation.
Oh, 18 corporation.
Okay, now, and pretty much the same for the male, unless other states they have a difference or a change.
Yeah,
Now, alcohol-wise, they'll say you got to be at least 21 to drink alcohol. Now, puberty at 13, when the woman, the young girl first has her menses, she's considered now a woman, fertile to procreate. Man says, no, you can't be considered a woman until you are 18. So that's a difference of 6 years. Notice the number 6. Now, only in the past few years, much appreciation to Kevin Samuels for bringing up the phrase geriatric pregnancy. Most of the women don't even know, who are in their late 20s, 30s, don't even know by the time they're 35, they're in geriatric pregnancy. Now, what is the obstruction to them procreating earlier versus later? Job, career, education. Then the same people who were telling the children, go to school, get a good education, get a good job. Then when the children are all into the rat race and their career, which means to keep running, that's what a career means, you keep running. When are you going to give me some grandchildren? And so now, when we look at that phraseology and the methodology, they don't teach the young girls, like how Kevin Samuels was mentioned, oh, you better get at 27, you better be married, you better have your diploma on one side and a ring on the other side. Because by the time you hit 30, 35, you're geriatric pregnancy. So these women are wanting to have children at 40, 45, some even 50. Oh, I'll just freeze my eggs, get a surrogate.
My mom was 48 when she had me. No, yeah, my mom was 38 when she had me.
So the point of the matter here is, do you see how nature says you procreate early? You teach the children early. So by the time they have matured, they're set to go. We saw a video. What are they doing in China? They're teaching the 2-year-olds how to cook.
I saw that. I saw one cook an omelet and grits or whatever he did for his grandfather. It was a gourmet meal. And he was like 4 years old, midget.
So they're teaching these children at 2 to cook meals. They had them out in a thing with all the woks, and the children are cooking. So when you have that type of exposure, the children are exposed to that. That falls in line with what nature is saying. If the child has the aptitude, or expose the child to it and guide them, by the time they're 4 years old, they can make their own food. Now, that's going to put them ahead in development. And I took what was called positive discipline for parents and found out the children, 25 years. Frontal lobe isn't fully developed for 25 years. Let me say this again so people can hear what I'm saying. The frontal lobe in children, and I'll accept that regardless of race, is not fully developed until they're 25 years old. So if the children are getting deviating information, which is designed to keep them in a bondage mindset, that's done deliberately. So by the time they're their frontal lobe is fully developed, it's going to be extremely difficult for them to break away from that. Understand?
Understood.
So this is why when we want to go back into nature, aspects of nature which are in tune with us are going to put us into conflict with this system. Does everybody get that? So another example is clothing. Polyester, rayon, stretch knits, anything that's man-made, those that were, and it was tested by a lab tech who happened to be Jewish, that saw that if you wear cotton, wool, hemp, linen, those elevate the human body. Whereas if you wear materials that are man-made, they cause the body to lower its resonance, its vibration, its frequency, its sound cycle, its energy cycle. So now when we look at pictures of Egypt, we see they were wearing cotton, linen, hemp, natural fibers to be in tune with nature.
And Maku, I saw a documentary where they said back in the early 1900s, where they had all this malaria and all the sickness coming in, that the patients would be put in linen sheets. They had linen sheets in the hospitals, and that the patients would heal faster because of the linen.
Yes.
Okay.
This is not, it's not rocket science. It's the same thing like with Lakovsky coils. And the Lakovsky coils, that's copper. What did Dr. Sebi say? Copper for the brain, carbon and copper. That's what we need. So I just want, everyone to understand that as we are making and embracing our indigenousness, how we functioned in the past that was in tune with nature will cause a conflict in this world. And so we have to be aware of that and realize that, okay, a corporation is saying, no, you got to be 21 years old to drink alcohol. But I thought you're a man at 18. Oh, but God says you're a man at 13. You see what I'm saying?
Understood, Michael.
So they can't do that and pick and choose. And then, of course, that brings up other things in regards to us claiming our indigenousness and how that's going to cause an issue. And this is where we discussed about using certain pathways and things of that nature to get At-sik-hata more recognized. That was the reason why I played the Gatti Boy video at the beginning. So for those who are coming in now that may have missed it, you're going to see it afterward. And so there's no, excuse me?
Has he responded to you?
No, he hasn't. He hasn't.
Okay.
I'm not looking for him to respond because, again, it's going to put him, he's going to see where he's sitting. The information is not the issue that these people are disseminating. The issue is, where is your foundation? Is your foundation in Black, African American person, a color visible minority, patented meat and processed food? Or is your foundation based on white and autochthon, indigenous, claim your indigenous heritage? That's what it's come down to. And it's not me, it is who? The U.S. Department of Education. It's Center for Disease Control. It's National Institute of Health. It's the U.S. Census. It's ACRO. It's World Health Organization. So that's why I said it's only a matter of time. I didn't get to see the interview with Joe Rogan and Terrence Howard. However, he 1 × 1 = 2. I'm a disciple, without a doubt. However, him trying to fight that with the current scientific community the physics community, etc. He's not going to be able to do that and have a solid footing being Black or African American.
True. That's so true. Much appreciated, Marco.
All
And I
right.
just wanted to share this too about the clothes. Beware of Walmart, because I bought a pair of sweatpants to work out. I put them on. As I was putting them on, as I put my legs in the pants, it was like static all the way down. So I said, this feels like damn metal or electric. And I'm noticing they're selling a lot of metal type clothes. They're cheap as heck, but I wouldn't wear those because I think that lowers the energy and I can feel the metals in those.
Did you check the label? Because if it's polyester, polyester is not one of them.
Yeah, or mixed with some other kind of chemical that gets into the skin. So I just wanted to share that.
Much appreciated. Kashukadur. Oh, let's see. Oh, God, let me check the chat here. Okay, ask the chat's question. Maku, what is the importance of submitting a UPR report and what is the effect on the entity it is about? So what we're going to do here is we're going to go, let's see here. This is Gatti Boy. I'm going to.
So here's all of them right here.
So I'm going to open up this bookmark. Okay, UPR. I'm gonna put this here in the this link here in the chat so everybody has it. So now you could share that with people who think, especially like in your situation, ask the chat. This is something that you may, if you've submitted already, then you don't need to. If you have not and you're not pressed to, you can save it for future movements where they may want a response. And I'm going to put this here in the chat so everyone has it. So here's the UPR review. This is all the cycles currently that the U.S. has participated in. The first one they had to because they kept delaying it, and they were getting in trouble for refusing to participate in the Universal Periodic Review. So the first cycle, you go to what's called here, Summary of Stakeholders Information. So when you go there, you right-click, open link in a new tab, unless if it doesn't do that, then you open link in a new tab. And this is the summary of the United States of America. So as you can see, this was in Geneva, Switzerland on November 1st to the 12th, 2010. So when you take this and go all the way down, I think this is page 14. Yeah, this would be page 14. So page 14 is going to get you here. Oh, page 11, yeah. We're on page 11. Oh, no, page 14, because they put us under Yamasee. So when you go Yamasee, At-sik-hata Nation of Yamasee-Moors, USA. Right here. That is international recognition. It's not subject to debate. Doesn't matter what people's feelings are. This is what it is. The question is, where are all these other groups who are saying they're doing groundbreaking and cutting edge work that can't get their organization listed on the UN.org or the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights? So that's the first one, the first cycle. Now, when you go there, you can go to, where is it here? Let's see here, that's reports, national compilation of new information. Let's see. Okay, so outcome of the review. Just trying to find the link here. Okay, summary of, oh, this is second cycle. We weren't in that one. So let me see if this is the one here that'll give you the direct link. Okay, that's the report. Summary of stakeholders. Okay, outcome. There we go. So that's good. That's good. Oh, I have to give you this other link. That's why, because that link is no good anymore. This is the one from 2010 that they hid. Okay, so this is the web link. Which is the UPR report we did in the United States of America. This is the one that Gatti Boy on TikTok. I don't know which one he used. It must have obviously have had to have been on another site, or someone who took the document and put it up on either document or scribe.com. So here is the UPR report. So this was 2010 when this was done. I'm putting into the chat so you can click on it. You can bookmark it. I would suggest download it, and you do have consent if you want to put it on your Calamio or LinkedIn. You have consent to do that. So this was the document he was talking about. He didn't even know this was a UPR report. He had no idea this was a UPR report. So getting back to your question, the importance of the UPR is it's called a shadow report. And this informs the UN of what is happening in the state meaning the country that you're in. Are they following, international law? Are they following human rights? Are they adhering it? Are they applying it? What mechanisms or what do they have set up in order for that to be done? And if they're not going to honor that, then at least the UN is aware of that. You see what happened with South Africa when South Africa went and filed that genocide case against Israel with the International Court of Justice. Then they went to the International Criminal Court. And so they've gotten judgments in both of the courts, and what's being revealed is there's no way to enforce it. So that becomes a problem now, because now we're being told we have these international protections. Go ahead.
I'm receiving, Michael. I'm receiving.
So this becomes a problem that, there's no way to enforce it. So what is it? It's purely in one court. ICJ is purely moral. It's a purely moral decision. Moral orders don't mean anything. People want enforcement. People are dying over there, and Israel keeps saying they're not going to stop doing it. They're not going to stop. So this is what the importance is of a UPR report, to let them know. Now, when we go back to this one, we're going to go to the third cycle. So out of the last 3 cycles of the United Nations Universal Periodic Review against the United States of America, At-sik-hata Nation has had 2 out of the 3, and they're on file. So the U.S. State Department has a copy of this. And I dare say by default, by them having a copy, the states, each individual of the 50 states would have knowledge. And the reason why I can say that is because of Lisa Madigan, who is the former Attorney General for the state of Illinois, that went to the UN, and we have the audio, the video, and in there she said, yes, human rights applies to all levels of government. So application is one thing, adherence, that's something totally different. So they can play that word game international. Oh, human rights applies to all levels of government. But if they're telling the judges not to honor that, that is something that can be done privately. So here you see At-sik-hata Nation of Yamasee-Moors, New York, United States of America. These are international legal documents. So for those who consider themselves Pan-Africanists, etc., they should have been listening to Malcolm X when he said, you have to campaign for human rights and not civil rights. So that's what the importance of this is, of submitting a UPR report. And the effect is the entity has to, because now all eyes are watching that entity, they now have to comply. They have to show that they're in compliance with the rest of the countries in the world. So 193 countries on the planet have the UPR report that we did on the United States of America. These are all the different organizations that wrote, who are also known as stakeholders. And so At-sik-hata Nation of Yamasee-Moors is a stakeholder. So the new email that I sent out to those in At-sik-hata, for those of you that have commercial issues, that is valid to use. That is, you can use that. You can use, well, this page, as well as the video from BitChute. Let's see here. Babatunde, the vampire government is working to implement. Oh, NIDS. What is this? NID. Where's Babatunde? I just saw him. Where is he? Oh, there you are. Yes, NIDs in Jamaica. What NIDs? What is that?
Are you hearing me now? Yeah. Greetings to all white autochtons. Greetings to all our sacred divine nigger ancestors or makers of the multiverse. All right. So NIDZ, NIDS, it is something that the vampire government is working to implement on the natives here. So currently you use your passport or your driver's license as a form of identification.
Mm-hmm.
They are proposing to do away with that and have your biometric data attached to this ID.
Yes. Yes.
It is called national identification code. So as we prepare for this, as white autochtons, we are preparing to counter this move by this wicked government. And so it is good to get some insight and outside as to what are some of the things that I as white autochtons domiciled in this part of the planet Earth can do to counter that.
Get on the webinar, get white. If you don't do that, I've had a very difficult time with the people from the Caribbean, because the Caribbean has the energy that I've experienced with people from the Caribbean has been, you know, a laissez-faire, what you're rushing for, take your time type of thing. And I've been a very staunch advocate to tell people, this is something that they're the wool being pulled over your eyes. They do this every day. However, once you find out what the game is, and you found out what the game is, you need to be expeditious in changing that. And even if you're the only one in Jamaica that's doing it, it creates a precedent in that you're the one that's doing it. And I'll use Bobby Hemmett as an example. He said, you might be the only one conscious in a city and everyone else is unconscious. He said, do you understand how much power you have? Because that means everybody else is dead. But when they see you, they know what your position is. They're not going to leave the cage. You walking out in the field having, frolicking and having fun, and you tell them, hey, you can come out too, but they choose to stay in the cage. You said, well, I can't help you with that. If you want to stay in the cage with the gate open and you don't have to stay in there, then that means they choose to stay in there. So getting on the webinar, and I had devoted time on the weekends for people in the Caribbean and made accommodations for them. And that was not reciprocated. It wasn't honored. It wasn't, people weren't looking at the fact that I'm donating time out of my life, my relations, to help speed you guys along, where you guys could have an effect in the Caribbean. And I'm talking Kyrie, known as Trinidad, Jamaica, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, Antigua, Puerto Rico, etc. And so I said, okay, well, based on my experience, that means they're not ready yet, or they don't see the importance of it, or they're severely distracted. That is in interfering with their ability to concentrate and get this done. Because the people that you fight against, and I've said this as well in the past, they ain't playing checkers with you all. They're playing chess. So they will make small moves, even at the point of looking like it is non-movement. Like they're not doing anything. Then all of a sudden, boom. So when I saw the Prime Minister of Jamaica say, oh, everything is changing and we're going to be moving to a digital-based and not a paper-based. And things are changing rapidly. So when I saw the Prime Minister of Jamaica saying we're not going to deal with the paper no more, now we're dealing, everything will be digital. Because he wants to be cutting edge. He wants to be up with the big boys in the so-called developed countries.
Yes.
Meanwhile, he can't fix why the Jamaica, I don't know what it is now. Last it was 40-1. I don't know what the rate is of how many Jamaican dollars to a US dollar.
It's 100 to 1 now, about 150 to 1.
Okay, so last time I remember checking was about mid-90s. It was like 40-1. And people were saying, yeah, you go down to Jamaica, it's $40 for a bowl of soup. I said, $40? Now I'm thinking 40 Western Hemisphere. And they said, no, it's 40 Jamaican dollars to get you a bowl of soup. I said, are you crazy? And so now if it's 100 and something, you're looking at inflation, hyperinflation, I dare say. That's going on. So you cannot, I'm going to say this again, and this is for the benefit of those who see the replay. I put the link on, and people are feel free if they felt, well, can I share the link? Yes, you can share the link. You can put it on Facebook, Twitter, all of them. I don't care. I can always, I have the control that if somebody acts the fool, I put them in the waiting room. There is no getting around fighting anything from this system, whether it's Jamaica, the United States, United Kingdom, being black. Because all of the vessels or the courts in dry dock are functioning off the legal maxim, legal contract, black has no standing at law, regardless of the country. So we have to change that. It starts where you're at, and I give people guidance on 5 minutes. If the person's struggling, change it, talk about reggae, talk about something else. And because you have to recognize when people, you cannot throw your pearls to swine and do your best not to create enemies with this information, because what's going to happen is you're breaking that person's cocoon of ignorance. Now they're mad at you because it falls in the same thing of you can't unsee what you have seen. And they cannot unsee what you have shown them. However, what will they do? They will turn around and deny. They will use cognitive dissonance. They'll try to throw it out of their, fog their memory up so they can't remember what you told them. All of that. Until either they feel comfortable that they're back in the matrix or something happens to them. And then they want to come back to you saying, yeah, you did tell me about these ting and ting and ting and ting. give me the science upon that ting and ting and ting. And you're like, okay, you're coming now because their life is threatened, their environment is subject. And so now they're like, oh, shoot. They know they can't go to the preacher, they can't go to the rabbi, they can't go to the INI, they can't go to none of the Rastafarians, they can't go to none of them, because at that point now they honor what you told them. And you're telling them out of what? Care and consideration. Care and consideration is not the same as love. God does not need love. God doesn't need love. Care and consideration. So you got to get on the webinar. You got to be consistent upon getting on the webinar to at least get that first stage done. That now gives you standing out law to fight. So now if they turn around and say, what business y'all deal with your white? And then now you get to explain to them and say, yes, Jamaica is one of the countries under this international organization called ACRO. And the definitions for race are such. White is a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa. Black is a person having origins in any of the black racial groups of Africa. Can you name me a black racial group of Africa? The Nyabingi. No, that's not a black racial group of Africa. And then you go into American Indian and Alaska Native. Can you, what's American Indian and Alaska Native? A person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa. And, American Indian is a person having origins in any of the original peoples of North and South America, including Central America. And by default, that includes the Caribbean, the Lesser Antilles, and the Greater Antilles, and who maintains cultural identification through tribal affiliation or community attachment. So all those are pressure points that apply to those who don't think, oh, I don't see color. That whoever told you that is a liar, because when they go for a job application, they say, here, there's 4 races here. Which one are you? Pick one.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. You got to get on the webinar. The people in the Caribbean, y'all have to realize something. You all are under the equator. You guys are under the water level. I think you all need to appreciate that. So, yes, go ahead.
Explain a little bit more on that one, Chief.
All right. I'm telling autochthons here.
Yeah.
Go to high ground. Move to states where it's high elevation. We know Nibiru is here. It's going to cause earthquakes and floods. Who just got flooded the other day? Papua New Guinea. Was it Guinea? Yeah, in the Pacific. Had a mudslide. All the people living in the village with maybe, I don't know, 100 survivors. The rest of them all dead. They were sleeping and the mud came and buried them while they were sleeping. There's a map called, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening.
There's a map called the I-America map. Okay. Let's see, how do we do this? Okay, I have to do it that way. And this was by, what's her name? Lori Toy. And she is a Native American. This is it here. Let me see if I can get a good quality. Let's see. I'm going to zoom in here. Okay. So this is I Am America map. Can you see that?
Yep.
All right. So we have that here. I'm going to put map of the world next to it. Okay, so we'll try this one. New tab. This is what the map currently looks like. I think I had this one when I was younger. So this is the map, okay? So you see North America, South America, Africa, Europe, etc. See that?
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is what Lori Toy channeled and said, with the earth changes, this is what's going to happen. So, as you can see here in the west part of Africa here, I think just underneath Ghana, oh, that's water. And then when you look at how much, so that water here on the west coast of Africa is going to come in. And after the April 8th fake solar eclipse, there was an anomaly that came up from Antarctica and started going up the west coast of Africa up into the Atlantic. And so you see, this is supposed to be, okay, so Madagascar would be over here. You see there's another part of the so that's the Nile River there, that this is going to open up more and flood more. Then you see Venezuela, all these parts here, all this part here is all that's water coming in.
Yeah.
And then the whole east coast of the United States, water. So that's going to be flooding. Let's see here. Yeah, so she's a visionary and spiritual leader whose journey began with the groundbreaking I Am America map. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Let's pull her up real quick. So she was told that these are the earth changes that are going to happen in the not too distant future. And now that we know Nibiru is in our solar system, is not near the planet, because what has to come is the mothership. The Nibiru is too big for that. But its presence is still going to affect the magnetic field of the planets as well as this planet. And Lori Toy claims that she had her first vision in 1983. The ascended masters named Saint Germain, Sananda, El Moria, and Kuthumi prophesied changes to the Earth's land masses by unrolling a large map of North America that showed details of these changes. The map represents the Earth's future geography after climatic earth changes due to earthquakes, drought, and other natural disasters. Toy's new Earth is called Freedom Star, and major portions of it are underwater. In the map, much of the western United States sinks underwater after a giant asteroid hits Nevada. A new continent called New Lemuria forms west of South America. The tip of Florida, most of Maine, Delaware, and New Jersey are covered by the Atlantic. And the Mississippi River opens up and makes East Texas a huge bay. Additionally, most of the west coast is covered and opens into a large bay called the Bay of Harmony. The coast will go from San Diego to Salt Lake City, that's in Utah, through Sedona, Arizona, and Denver, Colorado. Denver will be a beachfront city on the Bay of Harmony and nicknamed the Golden Port. Toy claims that in 1988 she received more information from visions and drew a map, which she called the I Am America map. She sold her home to raise money to publish her map, and in 1989 she began distributing free copies to magazines, organizations, and friends. She noted that crime-infested cities such as New York and Los Angeles were underwater in the maps, but that she believed that the prophecy could be avoided if people changed their thoughts and actions. Toy drew another map called the Golden City map, which identifies certain areas of the United States that may become centers of spiritual rebirth, and others are covered in water. The I Am America map sold more than 40,000 copies. In his book on world religions, Bob Larson says Toy and the I Am America map are at the forefront of the Earth Changes movement. In 2006, Toy published her updated prophecies in Earthstar magazine. Now, when I go here into my email, and I'm going to type in U.S. Navy map, this one's very detailed. I'll put the link in the chat for those that want it. Oh, not found. Okay, so they took that one down. There we go. This is the one here I like. Oh, wait, open a new tab. I don't know if it'll open. So now, as you can see here on this map, this is the East Coast. This is Florida here. Let me see if I can zoom in so everyone can get a decent look. Oh, I can't move it over. Oh, what a shame. Yeah, I can't move this over at all, so I have to drop this down. Oh, I moved it into a new, there we go. Moved it into a new tab. Hold on 1 second, everyone. Downloads. Okay, there we go. Okay, so this is downloads. Can you see that?
Yep, clearly.
So how you see Georgia? So I can really zoom in. So Georgia, Macon, Georgia, old where I used to live, all that. And now give or take, it's not to the degree, but they're saying there is going to be some kind of an activity. So you see all where the borderline for Georgia, South Carolina. So anyone that's west of that's in Columbia or Augusta, Georgia, they're going to be pretty much straight. But anything east of that is potentially flooded. And hold on, I'm just trying to get this. There we go. And then North Carolina, the East Coast, Raleigh, Wilmington, all of that, all that's underwater. Norton, Virginia, Richmond, Maryland will be underwater. Wilmington, Delaware, Trenton, New Jersey, anything from that point going east is going to be underwater. And then when we go further into, you see the Mississippi is going to open up. You see Louisiana, Arkansas, Missouri, Indiana. Michigan was going to be broken up, might be turned into some islands. And then the West Coast, forget about it. So those are here. I don't have the ones for the Caribbean. And so we say, well, what do you mean by that? I'm going to go here and say, okay, is Jamaica below sea level?
Some parts, yeah. So, St. Catherine.
The tip of a mountain. Jamaica is the tip of a mountain rising from the sea floor. Nearly half of the island is more than 1,000 feet or 330 meters above sea level. So the other 50%, nearly half. So the other 60% of Jamaica is under sea level. Is Jamaica under sea level? Jamaica is comparatively low at an average elevation of 340 meters above sea level. The highest mountain peak, which is Blue Mountain Peak, is at 2,256 meters. The island group consists of 28 islands. How far above sea level is Kingston, Jamaica? It's 9.1 meters above sea level. That ain't much.
Yeah, so certain sections, quite right. This is also excellent in the way how you detail this aspect of things. So there are parts of Kingston that is, yes, below sea level. There are parts of St. Catherine that is below places like Portmore and all of that. So for anywhere I blocks up our dwell, we always like where we can see, oversee things and so on. So yeah, we comprehend this message quite clearly. We still have a good number of people here who inhabit the coastal areas, a large portion of the coastal fisher folks and families Yeah. So what I'm seeing from the image though, this is now a question. The I Am America image is showing that a lot of the places that we now see has been taken over by water in this I Am America map. Is that something that you can affirm?
Yes, because what I have on the screen here is the U.S. Navy map. This ain't this here is not the I-America map. This is the U.S. Navy map.
Yeah, but even before this one, when we were the areas that have, like, you know, where we used to know as large landmass.
Yes.
On the I Am America map,
Yes.
we see it significantly reduced. So I'm looking at the
Yes.
motherland, Kush nation as I call it. That size has sink or shrink considerably.
Yes. That whole northeast tip here.
Mhm.
All of that gone underwater. That includes Egypt. Because here's the map here. Egypt is right here because this is the Reed Sea. This is
Yeah.
Somalia. Let's see, can I zoom in some more? Let's see if I can zoom in some more. Okay, so Egypt right here, and this is your Mediterranean. Understand? Here, let me get a pointer so people can make sure people can follow along. Okay, so here, Mediterranean Sea, Egypt. So as you can see here, this is as it currently looks. According to the America map, that's gone. That's Tunisia. What is it? Potentially, what's it, Libya?
Yes.
All those countries in the northern part there, because I can't see. This one's a bit fuzzy, but that's all gone.
So for that aspect of the motherland, I know you mentioned earlier that this asteroid hit parts of America. What would be the given reason why we're seeing mass portions of the motherland shrinking?
Is the Antarctic melting? Antarctica is losing ice mass, melting at an average rate of about 150 billion tons per year. And Greenland is losing about 270 billion tons per year, adding to sea level rise. What will happen if Antarctica melts? If all the ice covering Antarctica, Greenland, and in mountain glaciers around the world were to melt, sea level would rise about 70 meters, 230 feet. Kingston is only 9 meters above sea level, correct? And this is saying the sea level would rise, this is globally, 70 meters. So people who have little swamps, you down in Louisiana, you're down in Florida in the Everglades, or you're in the Caribbean where they have parts where there's water, that it could come on land, but it doesn't, add 70 meters or add 230 feet to that water where you're at.
Yeah.
The ocean would cover all the coastal cities, and land area would shrink significantly, which I've shown you on the Navy map and on the I-America map. But many cities, such as Denver, would survive because what is Denver's elevation? We have to look, what is Denver, Colorado elevation? Denver's elevation is about 5,280 feet above sea level.
Taller than Blue Mountain.
So my point here is this. This is another reason for the Heka, for the magic, to assist people in getting themselves commercially into position. For example, something happens and it turns into a refugee thing, you know, similar to what's happening in Israel there in Gaza.
Yeah.
Your ability, or if they put forms out and say, here, you got to sign these forms, you have to be able to still carry your whiteness even when you have nothing in your hand. So this is why I've been emphasizing to autochtons, regardless of where you're at, get white, and that's a contract. Now you can move things around. You can start looking at, okay, what do I need to do to get myself in position? Because this is the U.S. Navy map. This is America, and where's the Navy map? Navy map's over here. And so when you see the U.S. Navy, this picture is a briefing picture. I'm going to open this link. Let me see if it works or if it... Okay, this was June 5th, 2014. That's 10 years ago. So they know this is coming. It may not be as detailed as what we see, but there are going to be significant changes and interruptions happening. Because I can tell, when you look at this image here, you can see all the writing here, because this is off of somebody's projector. So they're already doing what they call factoring in the equation. And this one is Gordon Michael Scallion. So Gordon Michael Scallion, the future map of North America. Then you have Lori Toys. Then you have the U.S. Navy. So all of them are realizing, regardless of all this stuff going on here in the future, stuff is changing.
The asteroid, as I call it, what will happen that will cause this object to reach Earth?
Everything in space, you don't know what's coming from outer space, whether it's a meteor, asteroid, a comet.
Mm-hmm.
Because the trajectory of some of those bodies could be, the last time it was here could have been 100,000 years ago. And if that's before what they're recording, they won't have a record of that. And if it's operating in a cyclical or an elliptical fashion, they definitely aren't going to know, because it might take it 50,000 years to go to its furthest point, and then take 25 to come back, and then take another 50 to its other point, and then by the time it swings back and hits Earth, it looks like it's random, when in fact it's already been doing that. It was doing it before we came into existence or were created on this planet.
All right. When is your next schedule webinar?
Mondays.
Right.
Every Monday. That's why I stopped doing the Saturdays for people from the Caribbean, because they weren't appreciative of the time. So I said, now you got to come on Mondays. And a donation is required as well.
Mm-hmm.
I said, when I just shown At-sik-hata recognized, so no one can say that, oh, you're a sovereign citizen. They can't say we're any of that. We're saying, no, we're internationally recognized by the United States government.
Right.
Because that resolution, every stakeholder that submits a report against them, the United States government gets a copy of the report from the stakeholders. All right?
White power. Much appreciated.
Kashukador, white power.
Thanks.
You're quite welcome. Moon, you had a question. Is Trump going to win? Is going to be the president, even though he was convicted? They've already talked about that the Democrats screwed up. They said, you know how much money he raised? He raised like $52 million in
Shut
10 or
up.
12 hours.
Yeah, I seen that the numbers. People like. I'm definitely still going for him. He has even more people now voting. I said,
Listen,
wow.
people can relate to being railroaded. And this is what
Yeah.
whoever the advisors were for the Democrats were saying, don't do this because you're going to give them the presidency. Which is exactly, there's already even people who don't like Trump, who analysts on CNN said this case never made sense. And they said, you know what? He's going to be president come November 5th.
I kind of figured that.
So when he becomes president November 5th, we'll see, because according to rents.com, they're not exactly happy with him at all. They said, he's saying, I'm going to clean. First, he said he's going to clean out the swamp. Then he said he's going to clean out some swamps, such, like, in other words, he's really going to clean them out. And rents.com, they're saying, no, you had 4 years and you couldn't do it. So what makes you think you getting up in there, you're going to clean them out? I am still stating the position. I'm taking the position that they are still two feathers of the same bird. Not one, because I've seen where a black guy was up front trying to shake Trump's hand, and Trump did like this and shook the other guy, and the black guy's standing there looking stupid. I said, well, there you go. Black has no stand in that law.
Yeah, sure, you're right. So
that again, is he going to do? Because what has he said? They said, okay, things were better under Trump, and economics is better for black people under Trump, and da-da-da-da. Black still has no standing at law. What is he doing about that?
Show you right. So no president can do anything about that. It doesn't matter what president it is.
And this means then that we have to deal with what is the variable, what is the causing the presidents what is causing the presidents to not be able to make that kind of a change as it pertains to people who are black or African American, person of color, visible minority. Now we have to get into the Jews, and we have to get into the Zionists, and we have to get into the aspect of the Talmud, the Babylonian Talmud, the Mishnah. That's where their contract is coming from. For the people that's in New Jersey, okay, they're not on. Oh gosh, I wish they were. They had, I don't know what happened, but there was a Jewish guy in the state of New Jersey said he was going to stop. They were having land sales in a synagogue in New Jersey, selling the land in Gaza to Jewish people. Yeah. And he said, this is wrong. And he's Jewish. And he said, I'm going to stop it. I never heard what happened. I didn't see a protest. I didn't see no Facebook posts, no streams, no nothing. So I don't know what happened. But
it was at a meeting, right? When he said in front.
Yeah, he said that at the New Jersey City Hall. I think it was for East Orange. And he said this is what's going to happen, that he was informed they're going to sell land from Gaza to Jewish people. And the real estate sale is only for Jewish people. Now, and how are you selling land when the people are still there? Do you see what I'm saying?
Sure.
So this is the next level that we have to graduate, if you will, or move up to you, if you will, because Brother Nathaniel was the one that said, he's the one that said that Trump, they might let him in. So if he's getting in, it's because the Jewish lobby is allowing him to be in. The Zionists he said they may let him, and he said he can't, stop the Fed because he's financed with the Jewish money.
Because the guy that invented what's that show name? And it was telling about the COVID-19 with the little boy. Is it Bart Simpson? Is it the Bart Simpsons?
Is it? You tell me. I'm trying to figure out which one you.
I can't remember, but they also said about the COVID-19, and they said they had a little sign saying 25 cents for the vaccine. It was a cartoon. I just can't remember what it is. And then they
It
predicted
might have
that,
been The Simpsons.
and they also predicted that Trump was going to be the president of 2024. Everything they have said so far has came to pass.
That was The Simpsons.
The Simpsons, yeah. So
Yeah.
I was saying, like, even though this happened and they just said he was convicted and they found him guilty or whatever, like, okay, now where does this stand? Even with that being said, that he was going to be the president, he could still become the president, even though he was found guilty.
Okay, let me explain something to you, so you don't get caught up on the emotion of things.
Okay.
In every court case, trial or no trial, you can appeal.
Right, and I seen that he appealed. It's an appeal. So okay.
So, well, I haven't heard anything about him appealing it officially yet. I do know he said he plans to appeal, and I know he's got other court cases that he has appealed, and he's won some of those. So what I'm saying is that the case that happened with the guilty, it's not over. He can appeal that. And if he loses that, he can say, I'm going to appeal it to the Supreme Court for the United States of America. See, what people don't remember, what people have to remember is, as a president, one of the perks in the contract once he's out of office is he gets security for the rest of his life. So they're acting. See, this is how they're playing on the emotions and the ignorance of the public. He was an ex-president, so he's seen stuff the regular public don't see. He's got certain advantages and privileges that he's getting that the regular public don't get. One of which is protection by Secret Service. So based on that protection by Secret Service, that's for the rest of his life. He's going to have nothing but detail, guard, and everything, inclusive of somebody that's probably going to go do what? Collect his fecal matter.
Wait a minute, what? Explain.
Pardon?
Explain what you mean, collect his fecal matter.
Presidents don't, when they go to the washroom, there's someone that collects their fecal matter. They don't let their fecal matter go into the public sanitation system. Their fecal matter is collected.
Why?
What if he went to an event and he got sick? He got food poisoning. They'll be able to take his fecal matter and see, was it added? Was it part of the meal? Okay, did someone cater it? Did somebody put it into his food? They'll be able to see all of that.
Wow. Wow, I did not know that. Wow.
Listen, the United States government has a lot of disagreeable energy and karma. It's not, I don't like that word. Disagreeable energy that they have to atone for. The damage that they've done to our ancestors, not only here, but all over the planet, anyone that looks like us. They have a lot to answer for. They have a lot that they are going to come to, whether you want to call it judgment, cause and effect, what have you. And so they are constantly living under that banner of fear. Because when the government tells you to be afraid, that's when you should not be afraid. When the government tells you don't be afraid, that's when you should be afraid. Because remember, the government is what? A corporation. It is an entity. That's what it is. So they have damaged a lot of people in the process, create a lot of enemies. And in that capacity, they don't sleep at night. Can't sleep at night. So the president, who is representative of an organization that went into Vietnam, Korea, Iraq twice, Africa, here, there, everywhere, raping, robbing, pillaging, and destroying people. When people see that American flag, they're not feeling that. And so this is what I'm explaining is the reason why he gets convicted means that he just raised $53 million. You think that that's going to stop him from campaigning? No. And now all it does is bring light onto the case. There was no injured party.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And here's what we can look at. For all purposes, Stormy Daniels is a whore.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Stormy Daniels is a prostitute.
Mm-hmm.
What does she do? She allows phalluses into her vagina and gets paid for it. Isn't that the definition of a prostitute?
Sure.
And so now, oh, Trump wanted to have sex with me, and then his fixer went and paid her some hush money. Kim Kardashian does that yearly. So how is now, because do you see where I'm going with this?
Mm-hmm.
They're acting, Stormy Daniels acting like she's a victim. What the hell were you doing in the hotel room if you had sex with him? Because you knew who the hell he was. He was Donald Trump, and he knew in order to get that, he had to give up some funds, which was nothing for him.
Mm-hmm.
Did she care about the fact he was married? No. That's a hoe. She don't care. I'm married. What's that got to do with me? Ain't that what some of these women out here say?
Yep, that's their favorite song.
That ain't got nothing to do with me. So his situation, the conviction, once he files an appeal, everything has to cease. See, they were mad they couldn't get $500 million out of him. That was what they were pissed about. He beat that. He got it reduced, got somebody to put the cash up. Boom, he survived that.
Mm-hmm.
My thing again is this. When they talk about bringing up, or we want to bring back the Constitution, these black people are going to be in for a rude awakening, because Constitution in Article 1 talks about 3/5 of other persons. Dred Scott has not been overturned, and Russell J. Gould and all those black people following that parse quantum syntax grammar, thinking they're going to get remedy, they're all fools. And I've challenged their judge, Russell J. Gould, and he had, I'm going on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, these guys can't answer straight questions. I've seen other people, Amorites, question him 2 feet from his face and just cuss him out, and then he did like this. I'm like, man, get out of here. How are people thinking that where's the remedy? Same thing with Mark Keyshawn Richardson in the United Kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
So again, do not get swayed by Trump or any of these guys. What are they going to do for us white autochthones? What you gonna do for us?
But we don't have to vote, right? Because I haven't voted in like 15.
When you
20.
vote, you give up your rights.
Okay, that's all I
They
need.
don't tell people. When you vote, you give up your rights.
Mm-hmm.
This is what's his name? Rice talked about it. The voter registration card, you're giving up your rights to your property and all of that. And they can't control that because it's all being done automated. So they could put the software in the computer that, okay, for every 2 votes for Trump, switch them and give them to Joe Biden. They already talked about the Dominion voting machines and all that fraud.
Yeah, sure. I want to ask you a question. You just said something that kind of struck me. I didn't know why you said it. When you said, I don't like to use that word. What were you talking about? The word karma?
Karma.
Why?
Means what I'm here to do instead of cause and effect.
So stop using the word karma and start using cause and effect.
Yeah, karma means what I'm here to do. That's what the guy in the Matrix said in the third movie. It's a Hindu word. It's a word. It means what I'm here to do. Nothing about cause and effect. Every action, there is what? An equal and opposite reaction.
Have you heard much appreciated means much appreciate, and we should be saying much appreciate love?
love is evil. So
Yeah. Okay. That's what I kind of figured.
let's see here. Let's go to etymology and see what we're able to do is if we see a word we've been using which we thought was sound and we see the etymology and the etymology says, oh no, this is what it means, we immediately change it. That's what's so beautiful about this. Appreciate. Oh, appreciate is a verb from the 1650s, to esteem or value highly.
Mm-hmm.
The late Latin appreciatus, from the past participle of appreciare, to set a price to, from ad, which means to, and plus precium, price, see price. The meaning to rise in value, which is an intransitive, is by 1787. The sense of be fully conscious of is by 1833. Appreciate is set to adjust value on. It implies the use of wise judgment or delicate perception. Appreciation is 1600s. Appreciate is 1650. Appreciate is the noun, act of estimating the quality and worth of something. From the French appreciation or appreciation, noun of action from appreciare, 14th century, from the late Latin appreciare, estimate the quality of, see, appreciate. Generally with a sense of high estimation after circa 1650.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we say much appreciate or much appreciation.
Yeah.
Thank you in reverse means weakness.
Oh, okay.
Say thank you, and for all of you that have the ability to do either on your phone or if you have a home studio, say thank you 4 times and then play it backwards and it'll say weakness.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay.
All right.
Much appreciated.
Much appreciated. I shut the door. Let's see here. Oh, I see Hathapoya. Let me catch Hathapoya. Where is he? Hathapoya, if you're there. Okay. There we go. Maku, does the removal blockage or difficulty to access your UPR report links by these entities for public viewing make them guilty of dirty-handed tactics, violation of obstruction of commerce, action for neglect to prevent, and genocide against At-sik-hata Nation Am? Yes, because I sent those emails prior to that. I was looking that up and compiled everything from the U.S. State Department and all the other links and sent that out on April 4th. So when Anu had called me, I got what the new email was. Thanks was it was in gratitude to Anu, because Anu and I were on the phone for 2 hours, and then when I was giving him a link from DocuSend or Document, which is like Scribe or Calameo, he clicked on the link and it worked first, but then when he clicked on it a second time, it was gone. This is while I was talking to him on the phone. So that's when we realized, oh, something in that 2010 UPR report is a weak area for the United States government. And I'm like, yeah, I know what it is. I'm going to pull it up here and show you. When we go to page, where is it here? Right here. Domestic definition of genocide. In the United States, Title 18 U.S.C. Section 1091. Basic offense. Whoever, whether in time of peace or in time of war, in a circumstance described in subsection D, and with the specific intent to destroy in whole or in part or in substantial part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group as such, kills members of the group, number one. Number two, causes serious bodily injury to members of the group. Number three, causes the permanent impairment of the mental faculties of members of the group through drugs, torture, or similar techniques. Number four, subjects the group to conditions of life that are intended to cause the physical destruction of the group in whole or in part. Number five, imposes measures intended to prevent births within the group. Or six, transfers by force children of the group to another group or attempts to do so, shall be punished as provided in subsection B. D, required circumstance for offenses. The circumstance referred to in subsection A and C is that one, the offense is committed within the United States. And continuing on in number A1, an indictment may be found or information instituted at any time without limitation. So the lien we have on the United States of America, that's real. That's certified. That was signed off by Condoleezza Rice. There's 5 of those originals. I know I was able to resurrect or pull from the ether, whatever you want. I was able to get one of them because the U.S. government, I know they took copies of all the different documents that I needed authenticated on May 22nd, 2006. So everybody else, all these other black groups, African Americans screaming black power, which is a processed meat and processed food, they fools. You have to go international. This is what Malcolm X said. And then Molefe Asante and Clyde Ledbetter Jr. They mentioned us in Contemporary Critical Thought, which is in the video with Gatti Boy, where I go show the video where we're mentioned. So we know they received the 2010 report. I sent them the 2019 report. Didn't hear back from Molefe Asante or Clyde Ledbetter Jr. Sent both of them a copy. They got an original via email. They never responded. We said we thank you for acknowledging At-sik-hata, and no response. These black people ain't about freedom. Period. They're waiting for some entity from space or from the sky to drop down and scoop them up.
Yeah. I just don't understand why they would do it, knowing that you have the receipts and all the evidence.
That's what corrupt people do. They think they can hide it. And this is why I have been adamant when I tell you all, don't keep your documents only to yourself. Share them. Email them out to others, whether they're an autochthon or not. Put it out there, because once you have it, if they think you have, all you got is your YouTube channel, your BitChute channel, we can shut that down. You got nothing. You're like, dude, I've been emailing that to people back and forth for years. I got emails that I looked that go back to 2009 with attachments, 2007 with attachments. And sometimes I've resent it 2 and 3 multiple times over the years. So the data set shows that this particular document has been sent multiple times, recycled multiple times. So that's what you call people who are corrupt. They think they're slick. They think they can hide it, so you can't hide that.
Enough from that.
You're not gonna hide that. We're gonna put that out there for everybody. And what it does is it acts as a protection for you, that if you run into a situation, you assert your indigenousness, and then they want to get out of here. You say, you want to say I'm not indigenous? Well, here, this isn't what the United States State Department says. This isn't what the United Nations says. And again, we'll go back to what's her name, the former Attorney General for the state of Illinois, Lisa Madigan, who said human rights applies to all levels of government. When we used that link, what did they do? UN went and took that down. We went and found another link, plus we recorded it. That's why I tell everybody to get Real Player. Any of my videos you see, you have universal consent to download them put them on your channel, BitChute, Odyssey, YouTube, or whatever, and then resend and then send me those links. This is how we keep it going, because they're trying to suppress that because it's what's called exposure. They have exposure.
Yeah.
This is what it is. So when Gatti Boy did me a favor. He did At-sik-hata a favor because I had no idea the links weren't working. I said, I just put those up a month ago. I emailed them to everyone at At-sik-hata a month ago. Now they're not working. Then I'm speaking to Anu and say, okay, I found it here. Here's this one, document or DocuSend. And as soon as I give it to Anu, he's like, you know that link you just shared with me, it doesn't work. That's why I put the link. That's why I put that link again in the chat for everybody so they could see it, so they could download it. So now they have the 2010. Gatti Boy may have had somebody else's. And instead of saying a universal periodic review, what did he do? He became domestic. He kept saying the Yamasee and the United Nations and the United States government went to court. What happens when you all find, well, you know this, what happens when people realize that the U.S. government is a corporation? Then it brings us into, I know a couple of toxins like this one, the Fordham Law Review, that a corporation cannot hire a law firm to represent itself.
Sure.
That means the U.S. courts are invalid. Let me say that again. Did everyone hear what I just said?
Sure.
That means U.S. federal court, state court are all invalid. The courts are improper venues because you have corporation. The courthouse is a corporation. The attorney represents the British Credit Registry, which is what? A corporation.
Same thing.
The state of whatever, whether the state of Georgia, state of North Carolina, state of whomever, that's a corporation. So you have 3 or 4, and then the sheriff, that's a corporation because their first oath is to the insurance company, then to the Constitution. Most people don't know that. That's how I found out the sheriff in Bibb County, his oath was with an insurance company in North Dakota. I'm like, you can't find an insurance company in the state of Georgia? Bibb County, Georgia.
Yeah, I'm not too far from Bibb. I know what you're saying.
So all of that is to show this is all a corporate fictitious entity existence. None of it is based on organic, on flesh and blood. That's what they want you to think. But then when they pull up an ID or this, they say, let me see your ID. ID equals ego. Ego is fictitious. Ego is real, but you can't, it's not physically tangible. You can see the effects of what an ego does to a person, but you can't pin, like say, oh, it's his ego, the ego of that individual. That's why that movie Revolver is so good. If you see the movie Revolver.
I haven't seen it, G.
Oh, you want to watch it? Andre 3000 is in that movie. And I forget that other dude. I guess he was a mafia guy or whatever. He was in that movie. Guy Ritchie, who was Madonna's husband at the time. He made the movie. It's called Revolver. Excellent movie. Deals with quantum physics and time travel.
Oh, man, I wrote it down. Is that on Netflix?
You have to check. I'm not sure if it could be. It could be on Netflix. But if you type in Revolver, it'll come up. I think the cover should have a chess piece on it.
All right, Chief. All right.
All right. Anything else?
All right. That's it, Chief.
Abdur. Ferti, go ahead.
Yes, Marco. I saw that video. Finally got a chance to see it. The TikTok with the guy with the birth control and Alexa. It was very, very interesting. So my question is, did Alexa tell us how to find out how to get any funds from our birth certificates?
They never asked the question. You have to ask. I all of that was plain to me. The thing that I wondered was, see, I told y'all, wake up. Okay, now the computer just said the birth certificate value is 100 billion. And it said that it's traded on the Securities and Exchange Commission.
And it says it has what? A value. So in light of all that, because the woman said this was her birth certificate, why didn't you ask Alexa, how can I get the money from the birth certificate? She never asked that question.
Well, she didn't record it.
Pardon?
She probably didn't record it. Probably
That's no. See,
just-
I'm not letting Amorites off like that.
Right.
You don't do stuff like that. It's just like with the New Age movement. I'm not giving them that. We got to save the planet. What about the fact black has no standing outlaw? So that's not important. Let's save the planet so we're on top. Y'all are still black, so oh, what a shame. Can't help you. No. Because that affects us. Because when we're saying, no, I'm white, I'm not with those people, then all of a sudden, oh, you got self-hate. Name me a black racial group of Africa. Can't name you one. I said, okay then, since you can't name me one, it don't exist. Black is a patented meat and processed food. Nobody said anything. As many times as I've shown the video, as many times as I've shown Adakpa's video, black is a patented meat and processed food. Where's the outcry from Benjamin Crump? Where's the outcry from Farrakhan? Where's the outcry from Professor Grip? Where's the outcry from all the national, what's the other one? Umar Johnson. Where's the outcry? No outcry. They're telling you it is a patented meat and processed food. The phrase African American. That means you're food. And now they're upset about the way they're being treated, but we don't want to talk about the contract of African American being a patented meat and processed food with the U.S. Patent and Trade Office. You can't ignore that. You can't play that game. You don't get to do. I'm not going to acknowledge that contract. Doesn't matter if you don't acknowledge it. It's still on their books. Where is the counterclaim to what they have? If there isn't one there, then they're standing with that. So that's why I made the point. Whoever's got an Alexa, they can go watch the video and then ask Alexa the same questions. And if they get the same answer, okay, record themselves doing it. Okay, got the same answer. Okay, Alexa, how can I get the funds from the birth certificate redeemed? How do I redeem those funds for myself and then see what Alexa says.
Yes, please do. I put the link, I sent the link to Tafulat, and you can share it and I can, see how
I'll
to do
play
it.
it. I'll do one better. I'll play it.
Okay.
So people can see what I'm talking about. That says this message seems dangerous. I'm going to refresh. I'm going to respond to you with a screenshot of Fairty. It said this message seems dangerous.
I can imagine.
So put that in Telegram, and you can put that.
The bank.
Put that in Telegram. Oh, hold on. There's that one. June 1st. Okay. And I'm just going to respond again with the second one so people can see the time that you sent it. All right. So you have both screenshots. It says this message seems dangerous. That is hilarious.
They're watching.
Oh, well, they should be, because they should be watching, because this points out the fraud that they're doing.
And like my crew tells us, you worry about people, if somebody's listening on my conversation. If you're talking white, let them listen all day long. Just tell them to get some coffee. If they know the truth.
See, because this is a misleading. See, this asking Alexa for FPR birth certificate bond. See, it's asking Alexa. It's not saying, how do I get it? So let's play the video. Can you see this?
Alexa, how much money was put into a trust fund for the birth certificate when I was born?
How much?
The value of a birth certificate bond is usually at least $100 million.
At least. So anyone who's a star or a celebrity,
You know, they went back, renegotiated that value, and put it up even higher than 100 million.
Alexa, what happens with the birth certificate bond over time?
The birth certificate bond is a financial instrument that can be used to enslave a person's body, mind, and soul, turning them into collateral for government debt.
Yeah. Makes sense, don't it? That's what I've been telling y'all, ain't it?
Alexa, if I have a birth certificate, do I have a straw man?
A straw man is created when a birth certificate is issued, according to a theory, and the straw man is then subject to statutory law.
Statutory law. Statutory law? Statutory
Alexa,
law.
what is statutory law?
Statutory law is a written law enacted by a legislative body. It is the primary form of law in common law systems, distinguishing laws created by a governing body from case law.
Time to wake up, y'all. Wake up.
See? So now do you see what the problem is?
We need the real question answered.
Is it wake up? That's trafficking in human cargo, and nobody's talking about that.
Except us. Yeah.
So yeah, asking him, is there a bond at least 100 million? Cool. Da 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 da. What's the remedy? How do you redeem that now? How does the child redeem that? And that's where I get. I don't like when Amorites do stuff like that because they leave out asking particular and detailed questions. They get vague. Then they want to start hiding stuff.
Yeah.
Overstood?
Yeah, and you know, like I said, we people unbeknownst, like I said, you in the case with Lisa, Mazzetti, and the IRS, and us finding out about the corporation trust and DTCC, and how they all of our trust up in there. So we're right at the doorstep, and everything is going to flood out soon, and we'll be cashing out.
It's not cashing out. See, that's the wrong phraseology. Return my property to me. The funds are your property. That's why I told you go back and receive your security agreement. This ain't about no cashing out. This is trafficking in human cargo. They would charge people for that, and it's called living off of the avails. So the financial system is living off of the avails of the birth registration, certificate of live birth, etc. And this is where we get into that other angle, which is relative, as per Karen Huda-Smith, that the Greys are actually the ones handling the books. So the Greys are honoring the contract of the bondage. So we're saying, okay, we know this. We're a secure party. Now release that to us now. You can't keep that. Now we're getting into that aspect of violating universal law.
Much appreciated, man.
Chashikadur. Anu, go ahead.
Rawat, At-sik-hata,
Rawat.
Wow, what happened?
Did your
Sorry,
video
my
get
video.
okay? Let's go. Let's try to. Okay, there we go.
All white. So, Michael, I just wanted to ask you a question about. Okay, so I'm talking to this lady, and she used to work at the sheriff's office, and she also used to work at the DA's office, and she knows my situation with the car and all that. And she asked me the other night, because I wanted her and her husband to bear witness to the letter I sent, reply to the clerk of the court that sent me that letter. When I completed it, I wanted them both to take a look at it and read it, and so on and so forth. And then she asked me, based on the letter, she goes, let me ask you a question. She goes, if you she says, I'm not saying that they're going to say this, but what I'm saying is, if they offer you either the 300,000 or the car, what would you take? And I was listening to what she was saying, and I said, well, you know, it'd probably have to be the car, because I already have a lien on them. I have a lien on the department, I have a lien on the court and everything. So it'd probably be the car. And my premise for that was the fact that they weren't supposed to take the car. It was exported. There's a lien on the car, so on and so forth. And it was property of the secured party. And them getting the car back would have to unwind so much stuff, all the way to not only that it's exported and that there's a lien on it, but also that someone, you know, the fraud that Navy Federal Credit did. So what I wanted to ask you, Chief, was when I first got the letter, I called you, and then I had sent it to your Telegram, and then the first I said, okay, Chief, check this out. This is what this deputy clerk sent me. And then you said, you said simple, just ask for the car back. Just simple. What I wanted to know from you, Maku, is what's your premise? What is your thought process in that it was almost instinct that you said, oh, just ask for the car back?
Experience.
Experience?
Yes.
Okay.
I helped an indigenous when I was in Macon, Georgia. I helped an indigenous, and he got his car taken, and I did his affidavit for him. He didn't do his affidavit. I typed it up for him. When I typed it up for him, he submitted it like we do. And when we got to the vessel, there was no flag of Georgia in the court. There was no U.S. flag in the court.
Right.
Yet the female solicitor was there, and it was really weird because the administrator sitting up there doing cases, and then the solicitor is bringing people into the vessel and talking off on the side, not in the gallery, inside the vessel. She's talking to people for the next case while the judge is still adjudicating, the administrator is still adjudicating cases. So I'm watching this like, what the hell is going on here? How are you talking to people while the judge is talking at the same time? I'm like, so when he got there, he was all bugged out because he said there was no flags in the courtroom, and they stapled his affidavit to the ticket he had gotten.
Okay.
So they had that there. So the what's her name? The administrator was very laid back. Okay, Mr. Tarif, so what do you want to do? Give me back my car, give me an order so I can get a release from impound. He didn't do that. He started getting into, well, how did we even get into this position? I was like, dude, the woman was like, what do you want to do?
Right.
What do you want? See, when you ask for the car back, it proves they didn't have jurisdiction, number one, because that was federal.
Just asking for the car back.
Pardon?
You said just asking for the car back proves they didn't have jurisdiction.
Yeah, because they're asking you, she's directing you, what do you want us to do? Give me back the car. Remember, like I said earlier, people who work for governments, their vision is stupid narrow. Their vision is about as wide as a needle or a pin. They don't see nothing outside. Even though the statute says, hey, you're not supposed to do this. Well, I don't care about that. I got to do this. That's the problem. The corruption is that bad. So when she said, well, what is it? Please advise on what you want the clerk to do. The clerk is the real judge of any court anyway. So I want an immediate release of my automobile, and then whatever other goodies that you want in terms of judgment orders. You say, I want judgment orders based on the documents that I sent, and then go from there. This is one of the things that I find a bit frustrating with the topics, is that y'all don't say what you want or ask for what you want. Like you focused on, okay, you did your paperwork and all that, they're in dishonor. Then the other party comes and said, what is it that you would like me to do? Now that gives you the opportunity to go in point form and detail, this is what I want. Because they're now, all the stuff you've given, they now see, okay, I can't deal with none of that, but what is it you want me to do? And then once you say, okay, I want you to do this, 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 and this, that validates everything that you filed before, because they're acknowledging what? That they saw it. They're acknowledging that your stuff is on there, because the average person, they're not going to do that to the average person.
Yeah.
But what it is they know that whoever took the car and then tried to sell it or sold it and then realized, where is the consent form from the owner? We don't have that. That's a felony or grand larceny at the minimum. And then to find out, oh, it was exported. Oh, you definitely can't touch it. So it was lien, and then the company you got it from let you roll off the damn car lot. And then you say, hey, what's going on with such and such? And they said, you got the car? Yeah, I've had the, when did you get the car? I've had the car for the last month. Oh, okay, we'll get somebody to call you right away. Nobody calls. When those type of things happen, when you're dealing with government agencies and you speak with them and they say, okay, we'll get back in touch with you, we'll call you back, and they don't call back, that's a confession that they know, one, you're real, and two, their system is 1000% fraud. The contracts are fraud.
Yeah.
So when you know about maritime law, you know about common law, and they present you a contract and you could see, oh, they put this information here in a box, want you to sign it fraudulently. Sure, I'll sign it. Boom. And if anything goes sideways, oh, we got this contract. I said, what contract? That one there. Where? Right here. You signed. I said, I didn't sign that. That ain't my signature. Number two. And number one, you put this information in a box. Maritime law boxing, anything in an enclosed area or in brackets is omitted. See, those are fundamentals that you have to know when you look at, they present you a document and they like to play these games with you. And you're like, okay, I'm going to sign this. Right. And then when you sign it, it's like, okay, well, I already have my stuff out in the world, so it don't matter. This here don't matter. But they're trying to make it seem like this is a concrete, preeminent contract. And you're like, I've already been doing stuff for the past 15, 20 years. One piece of paper, that's like saying a piece of paper is going to knock down a skyscraper.
Right.
A fraudulent piece of paper is not going to knock down no skyscraper. They want to have people believe it can. But everyone here has played rock, paper, scissors. Paper covers rock. Rock smashes scissors, scissors cuts paper. But if the contract of paper is fraudulent, does the paper even exist?
No.
So now you're stepping out the matrix, and that's where you say, being in the world, and it's not easy, it's difficult, and it's a rough road. Be in the world, but not of the world. This is why I love the book, The Power of Now. The Holy Tablets talking about the mind book. Those are the principles, and again, that we use, because when we start implementing them, you're going to appear different to people because you're not reacting the same way. Here's a good example. They had a case out in Ontario. Some little girl got kidnapped or whatever and got killed. And so the people in the small community felt the mother did something because the mother wasn't doing all this screaming and emoting and all the crying. She was very stoic. So people believe, oh, the mother did it. Then it came out a week or 10 days later. It was some other dude that did it. They found the body, they found the guy and everything. And so the mother came back and said, see, that's not my personality. My personality is I'm not going to sit there and cry and carry on. So I have to cry and carry on to show that I'm innocent. And that's not her personality. Right. Meanwhile, people would see this is where you call social dictates. Oh, he didn't reply that way. He didn't respond that way. Oh, okay, something's going on. And so this is where you look at the spiritual principles like Kabbalah and things of that nature and showing how to respond, how to listen. And then any response you do will be based on you're in the light. And so that's where the conflict, if you will, or because it's not they're looking for a regular response like everyone else does, and you're not responding that way. And that's why if you go for the when I said, yeah, they're asking, this first thing you want is the car back. That's the first thing. They said, what do you want? I want the car back. Right. And then all these liens here, I want a judgment from the court so I could garnish these guys because they're lien.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So
Sure.
the thing is that I've seen a lot over the years of this commercial world, and because that's what we're submerged in, regardless whether people like it or not, we're in a commercial world. And I have seen people who don't have UCCs get remedy, people who have UCCs get denied their remedy, and their stuff is laser sharp accurate.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have those two wide areas of the spectrum.
Sure.
And so I said, okay, our problem is not that the paperwork is not complete or it's not right or it's not accurate. The issue we're having is these entities are refusing to honor the same contract that they're holding everybody liable for.
Sure.
And so, well, how do we fix that? We fix that by doing the invocations, offerings, rituals, chanting. That's what we do. That's
Sure.
what we do. And like I said, that Testament of Solomon that was sent, that was the one that tripped me out, where it talked about all the different demons that cause a man to lose his mind, that cause uterine problems for the women, and all of that stuff. I said, okay, so they're confessing. They're admitting to the statement, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities of darkness and spiritual wickedness in high places.
Mm-hmm.
So that's non-physical entities that can jump into a physical entity and use the physical entity as a puppet. And then when the stuff gets tight, they jump out, become non-physical, and then the physical person is stuck holding the bag, because can be possessed to the point where they forget they even did it until somebody says, here, this is what you did, and shows them, and like, what? I can't believe it. So that means it wasn't them. It wasn't them directly. It was a spirit that entered them, possessed them, then bounced. And so this is the reason for making your auric field high.
Sure.
So you become undigestible.
Undigestible, yes.
Yeah, that's what it is. They said you become undigestible to them.
Yeah. So like so that letter I sent out to them, that was under the flame of the candle through rituals and everything for almost 24 hours. And I'm really interested in seeing what they're gonna say.
Yeah.
Because that's gonna be, I think it's gonna be a shock to them.
It may not. What if it isn't a shock? What if it's a point of that you've put in enough documentation to show there was no legal or lawful basis for taking the car, period.
Yeah.
And so now, who's going to shoulder the liability of breaching that contract with the secured party?
True, because the supervisory judge, even though she wasn't part of the case, my communication with her back and forth went on for a little while. We've had probably about 6 different communications. And then at one point, she actually became the judge on the case for a little while. But then the last thing I wrote to her, I think she took herself off the case. And then that's when the clerk decided to contact me. And this was the first time the clerk ever put Anu Samawati L on there. First time. Clerk has always put Paul Shaayuaat because they want you to be the debtor. So
yes.
Yeah, so anyway, Maku, much appreciated. I appreciate your guidance on this, and I look forward to seeing what happens.
Ashikadur.
Ashikadur.
All right, Jan the Tat, are you there? I know. Let's see, Jan the Tat, can you turn your microphone on? There you are.
Wait, you talking to me? Rawat, Chief, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah, I'm trying to make you, I'm trying to include you, but for some reason it's not allowing me to,
yeah.
It's not allowing me to add you as a
Wait, let me move this thing off my, I'm trying to take this thing off my camera.
Let me see here. Oh, cancel that. Just give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right. Oh, back. Okay, yeah, you there? Okay, unmute yourself. There we go.
Sure. Can you see me?
Well, you're dark, so that's bad enough in the darkness. So we got triple darkness there. Can you hear me?
Sure. The connection has been real bad on this end, the shadow. Can you see me?
Yes. You're dark, so I could see the white. I could see your teeth. I see your head wrap.
Sure.
You had a question about the map of
the connection has
Africa.
been really sad, the shadow. And I saw you were speaking about Ghana on the map, but I didn't see what happened for that. I didn't get the picture. We didn't. It cut right out.
Yes, this is the America map.
Sure.
Let me see.
I saw this part.
Yeah, I'm trying to find. I want to find the America map. I want to get a decent one that I can actually zoom in. That's a little bit more sharper because when I do that, this has a tendency to pixelate and get fuzzy.
Oh boy, tell me I lost the connection again. Oh.
No, you haven't lost anything. You're still here. Yeah, so I don't know. I have to see here.
Sure.
Picture of.
So all of the top of Africa is gone?
No, just based on the America map. Can you see it here?
Sure. Sure.
Okay, based on the America map, where Egypt is.
Sure.
Egypt is over here. This is Saudi Arabia. All that water gone.
Wow.
And then here.
Wow. What about the western coast there that you were saying?
Coast is
you were
right
saying
here.
something about the west and
I can't
where
tell
Ghana
here.
is and everything.
I can't tell here. I'm thinking this might still be Ghana.
Sure.
But I don't know how much is submerged underwater. I can't tell.
Wow. And there's another part there. Is that Nigeria? There's a country that looks like it's totally gone out of there.
Probably.
Yeah, sure. Right there.
I need to get a world, like right here. I got to get another world map.
Which country is that?
No, I'm just pulling up a world map.
What did you say?
I'm pulling up a world map.
The connection is so crazy. I didn't hear what you said at all.
Yeah, world map. No, I could just do a map of Africa then. Map of Africa. Okay, so here's the map of Africa. Yeah, I can't get a decent map for nothing. Okay, map of Africa. Okay. All right, so here, let me see if I can zoom in. Okay, so based on High America map, come on now. Okay, so based on the High America map, all this, so Libya, Egypt, Sudan, or part of Ethiopia, because Somalia will be Ethiopia, Kenya. This is Somalia over here. So that, all that going to the north central right there. So up to Algeria. All this area here is going to be underwater. So that part of Algeria, Libya, Chad, Egypt, Sudan, Saudi Arabia, Ethiopia, they're going to be gone. And then on the east side, Tanzania, yeah, so probably Tanzania, Botswana, Mozambique, this part here is going to be gone. And Madagascar, it'll still be there. So that's what it's looking like. So this is currently what's going on. I don't know if y'all's still there or not, but that's what the potential is looking like. Kojo, go ahead.
I remember we were having a conversation about the cell phones a couple of weeks back, and you made mention of showing us how to cut off the spy camera on the phone. I wanted to ask you about that.
Cutting off the spy camera? No, there is a video that showed how to there's a video that showed how to deactivate it off your, if you have an Android, on how to do it. But
Okay.
I don't have that. I haven't done it yet to say, hey, this works or what have you. But
Okay.
yeah, in the meantime, you can cover the camera part here. This camera, if you have a Android like this, and then the back, if you want, you could tape that or put a sticky note over it to cover it.
Okay.
All white?
All white.
All white then. So with that, is there anyone else that has a question before we say Nathir Ushat? Let me just make sure that okay, so West Africa, I showed that so y'all can get that. Adapa, go ahead.
Mr. Kudo, you can hear me, Chief?
Tua.
Yeah. Right now, me watch what go on in Antigua, right? And we just had the SIDS conference just the other day, and they're talking about climate change and going green and so forth. But one of the things that I realize here in Antigua, a lot of people still are lean to the Christianity. And when there was a early up in the week, they had a observer programming by announcer by the name of Knight, and he brought on an ex-acting commissioner. And he brought up a lot of good points about the Constitution. One thing that I come to realize is that with what you're teaching, as long as you're still leaning to that energy, black, because it seems like Antigua is like under a big spell. Because
the whole planet's under a big spell.
Well, why I say that, right, is because Antigua is one of the places of them that the Queen didn't want to lose. And from the 1664 ruling in Maryland that says anyone who's a Christian is still a slave.
Yeah, Christianity does not absolve them of slavery, yes?
Sure, yes, Chief. So, I realize since, because you have a lot of unvaccinated Christians and they lean to the so-called 7-day Adventist way of living. But these people have this way of they want to push their Christianity on you, but they don't want to come to the realization that the COVID-19 fraud have proven that all contracts are fraud. And I don't want to forget, I don't really want to forget to emotionally attach with their folly. But however, because of all what's going on with the SIDS, crime rampant here in Antigua, the young people of them, they know the left from the right. Yeah.
Yes.
You know, and with all the work that you have put in for the past decade, 2 decades, yeah, how we as white Autochtons here in the Caribbean can protect ourselves from these raging, mad fanatics who still want to push the Jesus folly. Because basically me live an isolated life right now. No, me don't really go nowhere but for go the supermarket to work and back home. And my other groups, right, where more would send in your question and answer.
Yes.
They ignore that. But you want me study the fact that Antigua since 1965, since 1867, Sunday has been a public holiday since 1867 here. And them a push blue economy, them a talk about the blue laws and the Sunday laws, how the Pope is gonna make everybody worship on Sunday. But here in Antigua, here what me say now, 1857 at the Dred Scott case, 1867, all the Sunday in Antigua is a public holiday. Chief, me do my invocation, me light my candles, me light my incense, me burn everything that I have a burn to keep myself protected. But what just give me some more advice or suggestions that we here can do, especially here in this plantation island, because 119 plantations was on this island here.
Yes.
You see? What can I do to continue to protect myself from these disembodied spirits and these disembodied souls? Because what I realize that I'm seeing entities jumping into people who claim to be right-minded Christians as they claim, but I know differently that the word Christian come from the word Cretan, which means idiot. So it's draining right now.
Yes.
So my question is, what advice would you have for a 42-year-old such as myself who's on this path and want to just keep myself insulated away from these ignorant people?
I will say this first, based on the book called The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Isolation is dangerous.
That's why I use the word insulate.
I understand that. I know why you would use the word insulate. However, insulation can become comfortable and turn into isolation. And so, yes, I'm very particular, even up here where we're at, I'm particular about where we go, who we're around. We have, ionic silver and stuff. We take it, give it to the children because things are, I guess, escalating in the reality of the apologies coming forth. That's what I had on the screen here in X.com. I missed another. There was one where there was a doctor during the COVID pandemic, and they say it's still going on, but she was a doctor that was advocating to take the jab, and she apologized. This one here is a Japanese leader apologizes to the unvaccinated. The date is the 31st of May, so this was yesterday. He said, "You were right. Vaccines are killing millions of our loved ones." This is the Prime Minister of Japan. So he's apologizing. Doctors are apologizing. People who are telling people to take the jab now are apologizing. The guy who drew the cartoonist who drew the, I think it's called Drew, he took the jab and he apologized and said, I'm screwed now because I got to live with this. And he said, you people who were the unvaxxers, you were right. And see, that is what I mean by care and consideration. People want the care and consideration based off of some Hollywood emotional thing instead of looking at the fact that people who are telling people not to take the jab, hey, don't take that, man. That was their way of showing consideration and care to, especially if the person was a stranger. You see what I mean? And they were like saying, don't take that. And so now imagine all the people who were warned by somebody who was a stranger not to take that. And they ignored the person and now they're sick in bed. And they'll say, this guy told me not to take the jab. He told me and I didn't want to listen. And now, because they're hung up, because why? The people took the jab. Now they're damaged. So they didn't have any money saved. They're not from a rich family, whatever. They ain't got no funds to help for medical care. Now they're in trouble. And then you know what's going to happen because this is the next thing that Canada tried with the woman. And they said, here, what? We'll just help you kill yourself. So I can tell you this, what you're doing currently in terms of, as you state, insulating yourself and protecting yourself, what you're doing, you keep doing it, even if it becomes boring. So if you're taking activated charcoal in the AM and the PM, if you're smudging, if you're this, if you're that, yes, you keep doing it because I've been watching videos where they're telling people, it used to be, oh, you detox once a month. Now they're telling people detox weekly. 7 days they're telling people to detox because of the smart dust, the nanoparticles, and everything that they're putting out. That's what you do currently, is to continue to keep doing what you're doing
increase your heka in terms of learning some different rituals or some different magic that you can utilize. And definitely, if need be, you know, sit someplace in the dark, talk with the ancestors, and seek guidance. This is the reason why for the Caribbean, what I was doing was trying to get the Caribbean going because of the position of where the islands are located. And it didn't work out that way. So now I said, okay, no more Saturdays. You get Monday, because I made a sacrifice to help. They didn't appreciate it. Now, Monday. And now, going forward, the networking. And again, if people don't know people and people reaching out to them, do you know so-and-so? And so this way, you get that validation of who the person is from which island. So in the meantime, the best thing I can suggest, like I said, was increasing your heka, doing your rituals, and seek about, if need be, relocating if that is an option, or if you're now when I mean relocate, I'm talking about, if possible, get off the island. If you can't, then you got to appeal to the ancestors that they have to make a way for you, because you know what's potentially coming. When you see the U.S. Navy talking about flood map, that was 2014. That was 10 years ago. They knew about that. Who just rained the other day that they were stuck? India's got a heat wave currently, and who got flooded? Was it not Saudi Arabia? The other one, UAE, flooded. I think they were flooded. And people, that's the desert. That was what was, here we go, Dubai. That was a month ago. Dubai streets flooded. Let me open the link and play the video. So while that one, here's the one. This is Dubai streets flooded.
The relaxed mountain lifestyle and job stability I've found since starting my new career has meant the freedom to spend more time doing what I love.
Are you a STEM professional and are looking to apply for U.S. permanent residency? Then stay. Because today I'm going to be discussing an exciting option for certain professionals in the STEM field. I'm attorney Carlos Colombo, and today we're going to discuss an opportunity for professionals.
Look at that. In Dubai, of all places. They said UAE flood, Dubai airport flooded, roads shut.
And nothing more realize, right, Chief? Those
unprecedented thunderstorms have wreaked havoc across the United Arab Emirates, dumping the heaviest rain ever recorded in the country. As it flooded out portions of major Dubai International Airport, and it killed at least one person and caused damage to homes and businesses. The airport briefly suspended operations on Tuesday as the rains caused flooding across Dubai and elsewhere in the UAE. Dubai International, the hub for Emirates Airlines, separately said that it was experiencing significant disruptions with flights delayed or diverted due to the heavy rains. The airport, which is the world's busiest for international flights and a major transit hub, in a post on social media advised passengers in Dubai not to come to the airport. Police and emergency personnel drove slowly through the flooded streets, their emergency lights flashing across the darkened morning. Lightning flashed across the sky, occasionally touching the tip of Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building. Schools across the UAE were closed and many government employees worked remotely to avoid the treacherous conditions. However, some brave souls ventured out, only to find themselves stuck in flooded streets and stranded vehicles. Residents posted on social media that they had been stuck in hours-long traffic due to flooded roads. According to National Center of Meteorology, the UAE experienced the highest amount of rainfall in a single day since records began in 1949, with over 250 millimeters of rain recorded in less than 24 hours in Al Ain, part of Abu Dhabi Emirate that borders Oman. Local media and social media posts showed damage in parts of the country, including collapsed roads. Federal and local governments ordered employees in schools to work remotely on Tuesday and Wednesday. The rains had eased by late Tuesday and there were clear skies on Wednesday in some parts as authorities surveyed the damage. Meanwhile, neighboring Oman is also grappling with heavy flooding, with a death toll rising to 18 and several others still missing. This includes tragic incidents like the loss of 10 school children swept away in a vehicle.
So when you see this, and then we see the map here again. United Arab Emirates. And India over here is reporting it. These are what's called earth changes. Corporations don't want to talk about this stuff because they're worried about the bottom line. When it's life and death and animals start going up the mountain like they did in India, and people said, why are the animals going up this way when the water is going out from the beaches? They realize the animals are in tune with their environment and realize, okay, something's happening. Or in China, when all these frogs popped out of no place, and then I think it was a week later was when the earthquake, or was that Japan, the earthquake in 2008, where the earthquake hit.
Another thing, you can hear me?
I can't hear you. Say that again.
Another thing, they have this guy from Barbados named Fred Carbon. You can hear me?
Yes.
So he came out and talked about that an 8-month-year-old baby died last month from one of those childhood vaccines that was given in Barbados. And from his research, he found out that it had the same technology that they had in the Moderna, the Pfizer, and the AstraZeneca.
Yes.
And what I realize about these people who claim to be intellectual, they not talk about what you deal with. All they want to talk about a sovereign national. And what I see now is like, to me now, is like debating people up for fall, because them a push this Christianity, this God thing and this Jesus thing, right? But COVID-19 proved that Jesus couldn't save nobody, because nobody know when did they tell the people them to wear the mask? For me, look out hard against the mask, because me couldn't breathe back in for me carbon dioxide. So me tell them straight up, me not breathe back in for me carbon dioxide. You see, me realize here in Antigua, you have a young lady who was asthmatic, and that's what killed she off, the repeating wearing of the mask.
Yes.
And no, everybody just like like a zombie vibration. It's like it okay. Cause with for me situation, for me old man and for me old lady come and attack me and tell me, oh, me need protect this poison here for protect my work. Now the AstraZeneca off the market because up to now, no, because we're in negotiations right now at the harbor and they left out 2020 because they claim 2020 was the COVID year. So they left out 2020 out of the negotiation. And no, here, people want to know, oh, whom I can sue? Whom I can sue? Here for making me take a poison. When 2021, I don't want people. I don't want them since 2022 because what happened? Me was done exposed to the Tuskegee experiment. So and more always because since my little me always for some reason since my little I always dodge them when it comes to this school vaccine scene. Every time they were going to have school vaccine, me just disappear. So me was never really for this vaccine ignorance that they push in the first place. But now AstraZeneca off the market, you're not hearing our Minister of Health to talk about this. You're not hear our AG talk about this. You're not hear our Governor General talk about this. You're not even hear even my side, which are the Antigua and Barbuda, the workers union, basically one of few. But the people of them who was pushing the ignorance, all them turn mum all of a sudden. Then with no, why am I bring up Fred Carbon now? He in Barbados being like a mouthpiece, telling people don't take no sort of vaccines whatsoever. But yet still, he now come with no remedy because of you the remedy. What you're teaching is the remedy because it's like, can't you see that you're part of a corporation that done co-op you since your birth? So everything that you've been told from time you come out your old lady womb, a lie.
This is why I tell people 5 minutes and do not cast your pearls to swine. It can be irritating because you're walking amongst the dead and you can't tell them nothing. So you do your 5 minutes, they don't want to listen. Now you become what? The observer. Be in the world, but not up of the world, and focus on remedy for yourself. Now, the people that you work with who you told not to take the jab, and I was telling you, tell them this is what they need to do, at least if they would have listened to you and at the very minimum did their SF-181, that would be a different story. Because now when it comes to contract negotiations, who's the company negotiating a contract with?
Antigua and Barbuda, the workers union.
Okay, and the Antigua and Barbuda workers union, what are they? What is the race for most of those workers?
They're black, chief.
Okay, so and that union is international, correct?
Say that again.
The longshoremen union is international, correct?
Yes, the Antigua and Barbuda's workers union. Yes, the longshore is because they send me to operational and safety and health. They switch it wrong because it's supposed to be health and safety because health supposed to come first. But then switch it around and I put safety and health. That alone don't throw me.
That's not an issue. I'm focusing on the fact that it's international.
Yes, it is.
That's the point. Blacks are not international because they are adjectives.
So
Over
it
to
is
Chief.
so it is disingenuous on part of anyone who's doing negotiating on behalf of workers who are Black, African American, Afro-Caribbean, person of African descent, when the legal maximum is they have no standing at law, which will allow them, if they haven't done this already, to breach aspects of the union contract. Correct?
Well, me the only one that's so far, I done give my HR, my SF-181, and my
No. I'm asking a question here regarding the negotiating. The negotiating of those workers, inclusive of yourself, those workers are Black or African American. So I'm asking the question, those negotiators or whoever's negotiating on behalf of them, they're negotiating from the standpoint that majority of the workers are Black or African American, correct? Or Afro-Caribbean or Antiguan, correct?
Yes, Chief.
Okay, and being that the union is international, where is the headquarters of the union located?
The headquarters is Freedom Hall, Newgate Street, Antigua, West Indies.
No, the headquarters for the union, that's for the Antigua, because you said they're international. So where are they?
Well, the part of the body itself, I think it's in the body. Well, they have couple of agencies that they work with. They work with Trinidad and they work with Europe.
Okay, so where is the headquarters? The world headquarters is located where?
Well, more I have to check that out because the last program that I did there, the people them was working out of. They was working out of Britain and they was working out of Canada.
Okay, so we can deduce then that it is the headquarters is located in one of those two countries, whether it's the UK or Canada. And so Black still has no standing at law, and the negotiating that they're doing is not going to be in the best interest, or they're saying they're going to try to get the best deal for the workers. However, they're at a disadvantage due to the fact Black has no standing at law.
And Chief, this is what is draining, right, Chief? Because I'm a part of the works committee. Now the one for push and say me a shop steward. I can't be a shop steward and I give I the remedy and I give I the knowledge and I still the one for listen and still do otherwise. The way how I was groomed, me a big brother. When me deal with my little brother, and my little brother now listen, me ignore him.
Yeah.
Do not touch nothing from me. That have nothing to do with me. Stay away from me. Me in my own lane. Do not come in my lane. I'ma run you over. That is how me roll as a big brother. You see what me show you?
I understand, and what I'm saying is, if you're working with people, like your manager that I had told you to notify, I said just keep sending her the emails. Don't worry about whether, if she doesn't act on it, she can never say she wasn't warned. Everyone, and this is something that I know not everybody's capable of, and people have to learn this skill set. And it is not easy. I can tell you that. I can tell you that right now. You have to somewhat you have to be somewhat of a invisible man when it comes to you warning people. They're not listening. Afterward, you're like, I'm done with you because you were warned. It's not like they didn't know. You warned them before it happened. Okay, fine, leave it at that. But then they come back to you complaining about the incident that you had forewarned them about. Then when you forewarn them, they get sensitive or get upset, and you're saying, but I didn't tell you this was going to happen. So what is it that, because you've seen that happen to me where people have done, I said, what did you do? Did you do this? Did you do that? No. I said, okay, so what do you want me to do? See, because when you get upset, this goes back to the mind book. If you get upset telling people
you are going to be under their control emotionally.
Understood, Chief.
You cannot, because they whether they do it deliberately or they do it ignorantly or whatnot, that's something that you cannot let that's why I said that book, The Power of Now, that is one of the baddest books. I'd say that's the second baddest book after the Mind book in the Holy Tablets from page 728 to 788. That section there on denial of form, name, the emotions are not yours. The fear isn't yours. Everybody's holding on to that. You got to let it go. They gave people fear for 2 years during COVID, from 2019 to up until 2022 when they stopped the lockdowns, or late 2020 or spring 2021 when they stopped the lockdowns. The fear, the energy, the emotion is not yours. You don't identify with it. That is a skill set that you are going to have to learn, because then it prevents you from having issues where the stuff becomes escalated. Whatever, this is straight out the mind, it says whatever position, here, let me put this up on the screen. Let's see here, not this one. Can you see the screen? No.
No, Chief.
This is the screen here. We're on page 7. Let's see if this is it here. I'm going to zoom in. So we'll make this a little bigger. Okay, fasting of the mind. From the unreal to the real. There we go. Okay, so let me pull mine out because I have mine marked. Okay, let's go to 770. Page 770, which is the emotions. Okay, let's start off with the mind. 19 times 12 is 228. This is on page 757. Okay, so tablet 26, the mind. 19 times 12 is 228. Lo, O Nuwabians, I am now about to take you on a journey of overstanding, one of the best gifts that has been given to your species. 2, and that is the mind. Verse 3, the mind is neither visible nor tangible. 4, it exists not in the physical body. 5, as does the brain. 6, but in the spiritual plane, or what's called the mental plane. Its magnitude cannot be measured, so your mind ain't even in your body, for it carries all feelings, ideas, and impressions from this life, as well as intuitive knowledge of what is to come. It is the mind that must be corralled and controlled in order to achieve that true peace of union. The mind acts justly to its desires, and it does not care about consequence. It thinks of some pleasant looking or pleasant tasting food, and you must have some. When warned of the poisons it contains, the reaction is to disregard the warning, and you find some excuse and you eat it anyway. However, the self, which is pure consciousness that is beyond the mind, which is read from the mental or received from the mental, it is the witness of all that is perceived. The plane of truth, and about it, the plane of reality.
It neither acts nor reacts, for all action and reaction takes place in the mind, which received its information from the mental reservoir, appearing and arriving as thought waves to the mind. Thought, the most powerful force in the universe, initiates all action in the brain. Activity carried out on Nasut, the physical plane in which ye abode, is only a mirror of the inner workings of the mind, that which is assumed to be reality. The physical environment in which each person lives is only a projection of mind. Is everybody understanding this? If you're getting this, say yes. If not, say no in the chat. In truth, when the many mental modifications are resisted, one is no longer affected by the comings and goings of the world, and self shines forth in undisturbed purity. When the thought waves are still, the perceiver rests in his or her own true nature. That state of pure consciousness is achieved when the mind is no longer modified by the activities of thought waves. When the waves of a lake are stilled, one can see the bottom clearly. Likewise, when the thought waves of the mind subside, one's essential nature becomes evident. With the surrender of the ego, the individual becomes an instrument in the hands of El Elo, the Most High. He or she takes neither credit nor blame for his or her actions. For El Elo does the action. The devotee thinks of nothing but El Elo, the Most High. And El Elo, the Most High, is his or her constant thought wave. And he fills every mental space. Control of the mind and annihilation of the ego are the essence of all spiritual disciplines, including emotional ones. Even on an essentially emotional path, the intellect must not be neglected. If it is disregarded, one can degenerate in fanaticism. If, on the other hand, it is transcended, the devotee's experiences the highest state of supreme devotional ecstasy. Your motivation should be the simple desire to love, to serve El Elo, the Most High. Only with this attitude will the ego disappear. One cannot attain liberation until all desires, including spiritual desire itself, has been burned. Pure peace is devoid of desire, ignorance, and emotions. Pure love is love untied by lust, and it is difficult to develop. Encompassing a pure desire to touch and embrace his or her physical and astral form, this is encountered frequently in the poetry and writings of the ancient and mystic order of Melchizedek, the true mystic. If one Enopsite calls another a fool, it is only a verbalization, a vibration in the air. But what a thundering thought wave it creates. One simple unreal world wreaks havoc, throwing the physical and emotional bodies into chaos or disarray. Syntax that as disarray, disorganization, or confusion, destroying all happiness and peace. One is not a fool because he or she is called a fool. If a person were called a donkey, he or she would not grow longer ears and a tail. Yet it is not unusual for people to react in anger to such statement. And in the process, it actually gives validity to them. The mind attributes meaning to words by which the delicate degree of difference of the words are perceived by any of the senses or by the mind, giving them reality. Such reactions to meaningless vibrations is the cause of countless human troubles. Overreaction to words and jumping to conclusions are weaknesses of the mind. If anyone has any questions while I'm going through this, go right ahead. The thought waves must be restrained at all times. One must be particularly wary of praise, for this too is verbal delusion, and the ego is ever ready to pounce on any opportunity to see itself as better or different from others. Not everyone is going to feel the same way as one who bestows a compliment. Inevitably, the pendulum swings in the other direction, and criticism will be heard sooner or later. But true happiness does not rest on praise or abuse, for in all conditions your true essence is beyond qualities and beyond change. Just as water may become steam or ice, it still retains its underlying essence. The weaker a person is, the less restraints he or she has over verbal essence. Then the mind is not concentrated. The perceiver identifies with its modification. Then thought waves arise. There is the immediate tendency to identify with. The thought wave spawns a host of others. The mind is a slave to its preoccupations, identifying with the same problem wherever it is. The thought waves give rise to countless others, all in search of happiness. But in fact, it is only foolishness, for the very rising of the thoughts themselves destroys the peace that the mind craves. There is said there are 5 types of thought waves, when in actuality there is 7, some of which are painful and some which are not. The 7 kinds of thought waves are right knowledge, erroneous overstanding, verbal delusion, sleep, memory, correct perception, interference, and competent testimony are proofs of correct knowledge. Right knowledge, that is knowledge based on facts, can be proven in 3 ways, but none of the proofs may contradict one another. Examine yourself the next time that you are angry or miserable. Reason it out and note the modification of the mind. Gaining freedom from verbal delusion is essential for strengthening the mind. This is the wisdom. I'm a student of a great teacher. All right, put this in your heart. It is wisdom that I give to you. I am student of a great teacher. I walk with the teacher. I talk with the teacher. I learn from the teacher. And of course, I learn to love the teacher. Eventually, an enemy comes and kills the teacher, correct? And it transforms me from a student to a revengeful man, and I get a new attribute. I want revenge on the man or thing that killed my teacher. I set out on a journey throughout the world, seeking out the man who killed my teacher. I'm motivated by that purpose. I'm going to kill the man because he or she killed my teacher. That's why I'm doing it. I'm not a killer by nature. I made myself a killer, and I have a justified reason now. I'm going to kill this man. Why would you kill this man? Because he or she killed my teacher, and that is my reason. That's my sole reason. So after long hunts and travels and pursuits, I finally corner this man. You follow me? And I look him straight in his eyes as I take out my sword. The man has terror in his eyes because he knows how close he is to death. And as I raise my sword and I get the satisfaction of being able to end this quest and relieve myself of this anger towards this man who killed my teacher, and that is the reason why I'm going to kill this man. That is the only reason. Can you understand that? The man in fright and terror hawks and spits in my face. What do I do now? Should I walk away? If so, should you say, I pursued this man for 30 years and I finally got him cornered, the man who killed my teacher, he cut off my source of divinity or my connection with the divine, and I want to kill him for that purpose. For that purpose only, because he or she has interfered with my journey. What do I do when he or she hawks and spits in my face? Do you say thank you? Yes, you say thank you. Why do I thank him? Because you have another reason to kill him.
If you kill him on behalf of yourself and not your teacher, you will be a killer and not an avenger. That's a thought. You have another reason to kill him. Something made you realize that it's stupid chasing him to kill him just for spitting in your face. How did he or she make you realize that it's stupid? What do you do when this man hawks and spits in your face now? You've already got your sword out. He's ready to chop his or her head off because he or she killed your teacher, and he cut off your source of divinity. Now he or she has the audacity to spit in your face. Do you kill him? Why would you kill him? Why wouldn't you walk away? I would walk away. Walking away would be right, but you don't know why you're right, and that makes it wrong. You are right. Just say I walk away. I took my sword and I put it away, and I turned around and walked away. That's right, but you have to know why you're right, otherwise it's wrong. You don't overstand. The reason why it's right is because my reason for pursuing this man all these years is because he or she killed my teacher, not because he or she spit in my face. I would have to leave this man and go back to where I started and regroup the reasoning, and now pursue him because he or she spat in my face. Otherwise, if I kill him, I become a killer for the wrong reasons. Thus, my justifications defeat themselves. The wisdom is a holy Enocite was once insulted in front of his or her disciple by a non-believer who spat upon his face several times. Not one muscle twitched, nor did his calm facial expression change, because he did not identify with his physical sheath, your body. His mind was centered in El Elo, the Most High. Can you imagine the strength of that mind? No matter what was done to him, he responded with one thought, that of pure love, and would syntax that as care or consideration. A true Elohim will not react in anger, for to him, insult and praise are the same. Restraint of thought waves does not mean suppression. Suppression jams up violent emotions for various reasons. People abuse suppressing anger or pain by smiling and carrying a stiff upper lip. The restrained thought waves must be given an outlet. They must be sublimated and channeled into such uplifting activities as chanting, repetition, exercise, singing, and meditation on opposite and positive thoughts. All right, and so now we're going to skip there and go to 770. Ooh, sounds like everybody liked that one. All right, so now the next one, emotions. Tablet 32, 19 times 3 equals 57. Lo, first, my children, allow me to give you knowledge on emotions. This knowledge came from a divine scripture, a scripture which was received by me to give unto you, so that you may have right knowledge, right wisdom, and a right understanding, which will lead you into sound, right reasoning, the science of Nuabu, which was given to you by the Anunnaki, the Elohim, the angelic beings. The divine scripture is called the Holy Tablets, where it states, of all the emotional barriers, the most devastating is anger, the greatest enemy of peace, for it is the most negative. It is a modification of lust. For when one's desires are not gratified, one becomes angry. The mind then becomes confused. Memory and understanding is lost. And things are said and done without awareness or control. Anger, hold on a second here. 19 times 3. Okay, 19 times 3 equals 57. Anger does great danger to one's own physical and psychic bodies, as well as those of the others. The whole nervous system is shattered by one fit of anger. Occasionally, a spiritual teacher expresses a little anger outwardly in order to correct a student, but this should not be confused with an emotional outburst. The true master remains cool within.
for his or her motive is the growth of his or her disciples. Only when anger is the outcome of selfish or petty motives is it wrong. Anger is very difficult to control, and especially when it has been allowed to grow and become habitual. It is the most easily controlled when it is a small ripple in the subconscious mind. One should watch the mind carefully for any signs of irritability, then control is no problem. Frequent irritation over trifling matters is a sign of mental weakness. Hold on a second here. This can be overcome by carefully developing its counterforce, the virtue of patience. We'll syntax that as the ability to wait. Just as heat and light can be transferred into electricity, anger can be transferred into spiritual energies. All vices, unwanted qualities, and wrong actions stem from anger. When anger has been controlled, all others die by themselves. Anger gains strength with repetition, and in checking it, one gradually strengthens the will. By learning to remain silent, even in the face of insult and abuse, it becomes easier to check for emotion before they take form. Always speak moderately, and if there's a possibility of a burst of anger during conversation, stop speaking and do something else. Words should be soft and arguments hard. For if the words are hard, they create conflicts. Drinking cool water or taking a brisk walk are excellent aids in combating anger. As in maintaining silence for a long time. Smoking, eating bad food, and drinking are irritants which irritates and aggravates the problems, and they are best to be avoided. Family can bring out the worst in you. Loved ones know how to get inside and upset you. Don't argue when hungry, and if you expect too much of others, you deserve the pain of a letdown. Do what you know you can. Don't try to show off. It can bring you problems. If you go into crowded areas, you're bound to find trouble. You are in control of your emotions. You are responsible for whatever happens to you. You are always where you are supposed to be. Look around you. Hiru Hassan, go ahead.
Ashok Rawat. Well, my question was basically from what I was reading before. I wanted to know.
That's fine.
Right.
Let me go back to it. That was we were at 757.
Where the story of the person who want to kill the other person for killing the teacher.
Yes.
Right. So it's based on the act of killing. Right now, I always from a very young age, I always find that was something I never like even thinking about doing in one aspect, because the fact that it always used to not make like complete sense to me. But what I want to ask of you now is there a time that the act of actually killing someone is justified, and how or where, or is there anything that ASHNYM had left for us where dealing with things like of that nature is concerned that could help you stay quiet, that could stop it? Good. I'm talking. Right. So is there anything where ASHNYM had actually written about how do you deal with things like that? Like, for instance, if it happened in a just cause, like, let me say, like you're defending your family, let me say some crazy person decide like they want to try it this day in front of your whole family, want to attack you, and they decide to show down with them, and it become, let me say, like a bloody scene, and you end up the person who win in the sense of killing the other person. How do you deal with things, or did he write anything like that? And what's your thoughts on dealing with things like that, of that nature? Because I always think of it as you probably need to be in such a, let me say, a perfect state of existence, being in connected with your over self in such a unison, that those things you wouldn't have to resort to doing those things because of how your aura is actually affecting the area that you,
go ahead, I'm listening.
Yeah, the area that you're actually at the moment. But my question is along the lines of, did Atumur written anything about dealing with, if you have to actually defend yourself to the point of killing somebody else, how do you deal with that, and when actually is that time? Because actually trying to think it out, it is be confusing or you can't come up with a conclusion then. That is how it is be for me.
And so, let's see, the Holy Tabernacle Family Guide, the Holy Tablets, everyone has 180 degrees of agreeable and disagreeable.
Right.
Remember that in the Bib El, Cain slew Abel. Let's not forget in Tamaray, Satuk slew Asaru.
Yeah.
And both of those, they got that from the Tamarayan mystery. So the subject of that would go into the realm of self-defense.
Mm-hmm.
And I will, this is where I say it is imperative that autochthons know the law, because we've seen weird stuff. There's some Hollywood stars, for example, that have killed and they're still acting.
Yeah.
And they don't talk about that. You have some singers like Brandy killed somebody. You have, who's the other one? Bruce Jenner caused an accident that killed a person. But he became a tranny as a basis to get out of that. So what we're going through right now in the Holy Tablets regarding that, I'm not an advocate of making yourself a guinea pig or just a sitting duck. That's not something I advocate. Is you have the right to defend yourself, and whether it's down in Kyrie, whatever, they'll always talk about that. The issue is how the environment you're in is going to process that, because they will want to make the decision to say, well, we feel it wasn't self-defense and that it was malicious. And see, this is where it comes in those issues where if you defend yourself and the guy leaves, then that's considered he's gone. If you pursue him to still attack him, then they say that's no longer self-defense because the guy was leaving.
Right. So I understand that concept, yes. That makes sense because they attack after he. Yeah. So, but in the, let me say, like somebody is actually, they mean like they need to get rid of you, and it becomes a me or you situation.
That goes back into there's two ways I'll put this. And like I said, we just spoke about the Holy Tablets. Now, granted, that was someone pursuing someone versus you're in your own frame and somebody's trying to encroach in your environment.
Right.
And so Holy Tablets, you could go to chapter, disagreeableness. Right? Regardless of race, whatever, there's a principle called self-preservation. And in that capacity, that's the body, your family. And so, and this is where, and you have guys who are from the streets will say, I'd much rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a saying. I'd much rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. 6 meaning you're dead and they're putting your body in the ground.
Yeah.
So they said, I'll take my chances there. Because again, you get into, this is dealing with the body of that. It's wired to what? Self-preservation.
So if your adrenaline is kicked in and you can't flight and you must fight, this is where that aspect of self-control comes into. All I know is that what ASHNYM stated as part of, let's say, going into a spiritual realm, that if you killed somebody, doesn't mean it's over for you, doesn't mean, oh, you can't go to heaven or anything, like you can't ascend. He said no. But when it comes to defending oneself, that's the type of thing, that's where you have to learn self-control. And you have to know, okay, I've won, that's it. I don't need to go any further. The guy left, objective achieved. When someone wants to go chasing after them after they've vacated your area, that's where it gets dangerous, because then if you still go forward and get out of control, then no longer, that's not self-defense anymore. Now you become the aggressor.
Yeah, because you're attacking them.
Well, because the party who came in, and we've seen videos where people tried to fight somebody, and then after the person cuff them up a couple times, the sense was knocked into them and they left, and the person they attacked don't chase them. They said, yes, get the heck out of here. That's it. Yeah. Anything beyond that, where you're chasing from your environment, that's where it gets into a gray area.
Right. Now, that's clear. That's crystal to understand. But when you're dealing with the mindset, let me say, like, for instance, where I'm at here right now, on this island right now, there's so much gangs that it becomes like a funny kind of thing. So let me say, like, for instance, somebody attack you here. Now, I've seen these things while I've been growing up. I've seen these things happen and realized that, I learned to avoid more than anything else where conflict with people is concerned. But I've seen instances where someone literally defended themselves properly, meaning that he didn't start it, he didn't go looking for it come to him.
Yes.
Himself. After defending himself now, because of the nature, the individual that he beat, he swing and come back with a whole team of men, and
yes,
the whole team of men said to deal with him. Obviously, he can't beat the whole team because he's that skillful.
Yes.
Now, when it reached down to that now.
See, that's different. That's not, see, what you described was a one-on-one. This now is a situation where you have a group coming, and so that brings us into the next issue. This is the reason for the Heka. This is the reason for the magic. This is the reason for all of that, because okay, this is the article, because we have, with what's going to be potentially happening in the future, that what you're describing is not out of the realms of probability. And this is why, what is it that the gangs have that the modern people don't have? Well, how are they effective?
The numbers.
But how do they get the numbers?
I would say by basically injecting fear, functioning on that kind of fear-mongering kind of vibe.
Yes, but before you get to the fear, they're not going to just come up to a guy and say, join our gang. They have to give them something in exchange for that.
Yeah.
Contract.
There's an initiation basically that would take
No, before you get to the initiation, like they can influence or tell the person it would, if you was with us, it'd be better for you, blah, 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 da, 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 da. So they have to give the benefits of being in there versus, hey, if you're by yourself, this is what could happen.
Yeah, like the benefits of having having the safety of,
Exactly. And so what is that?
this is a word that I think people are overlooking. It's called a network.
Yeah, yeah.
And if you want to call it even a network of support, that's what they have. I've been trying to establish that with the autochthons since I've been doing the webinar, to tell them, like, you can't be an island out there by yourself. You have to have a network of support. You have to communicate. What are you up to? What you doing? What's happening in your life? Because coming at the last second doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get a support. It might be it may not be timely, that type of stuff. You need to have that. You need to have that relationship established beforehand. Because the person who's not with those gangs can't say, I need a gang to protect. They'll be like, oh no, that's on you, especially if they have a coordinate. Nope, they got enough heat as it is. And a lot of that is happening. Oh, where's the book? I was just, as you say that, it just reminded me of the nature. I have this old book At-sik-hata wrote, but it's been alleged it's called The Nature of Nature. Oh, I have it here in the meditation room. Hold on one second. Okay, this is an old book. It's in the archives, Introduction to the Nature of Nature. And according to what I was told back around 2003, is that At-sik-hata wrote this, but under a pen name. I saw something here on the same subject that you're talking about. Let's see, where did I? It explained everything. I was just stunned it talked about that. Is this it here? Okay, let's see here. Oops. Okay. Yeah, it just talked about the same thing you mentioned. There's a remedy for that. Always happens when I just happen to look at it. It was talking about this whole system. Yeah, that had to be it. Yeah, it wasn't 9-ball. It was this book. Okay, here we go. The commandment. There we go. 170. 172. Okay, listen to reason. This is on page 174 on Introduction to the Nature of Nature. It's a two-part book. Oh, hold on a second here. Before we lose. Okay, so here we are on page 174, because I don't have a PDF of it, so I'm just going to speak it. On paragraph number 249, listen to reason. A society can be almost crime-free if proper preventions are used, such as proper teachings, making cost of living jobs available for all members of the society, all members of the society having all valuables and values in common, and providing a government central office where all problems of all citizens can be heard and solved. Okay. Paragraph 249, okay, number 12, quote, crimes must be punished. Crimes must be punished by public whipping, castration, payment for damages, death, or a combination of public whipping and payment for damages, the same way each time that conditions are the same. In true culture, there are no jails or prisons for detention of suspects of crime or those convicted of crime, except for temporary custody to determine the person's status of guilt or innocence and time to execute the penalty if there be a guilty verdict. There is no ample reason for keeping a person in prison to pay his debt to society, which is a false claim in itself. A person should be detained just long enough for due process of law to conclusion. Let it be remembered always and let it be known. Number 2, paragraph 250. Listen to reason. Prisons only further degrade and pervert inmates and make society and the perpetrators worse off, because usually the culprit is not rehabilitated in prison properly and given a job to keep him or her out of trouble when the person comes out of detention. So he or she is indeed a worse menace to self and society after the prison time, because usually no one will give him a job to support himself and his household family if he has one. And this leads definitely to more crime and worse conditions than ever before. The commandment laws continue. Usually, prisoners do nothing in prison that is truly productive and positive, especially in a capitalistic society where private and military powers control the industries of the economy. In other words, prisoners should not be working for private industry in prisons, which would be free labor more than less. Therefore, what do inmates accomplish in prisons other than wasting their time and the taxpayers' money while becoming depraved and degraded? Moreover, long-term detention promotes homosexuality and other denaturations. Hence, inmates for long-term imprisonment are unnatural and unbecoming intelligent people, and thereby against the laws of nature. So it is true, if those in authority do not obey the commandment law of Nupu in paragraph number 249 of this topic, they have violated the laws of nature. Let it be remembered always so. So you have a situation, or potentially have a situation, where
And I know what that is like, where potentially defending oneself, which you have a right to, and instead of it being over with, they go back and get more. And so what that means one needs to do is you need to look at making it clear that you are doing Heka. You make sure that you do your do an offering to your ancestors, etc., to get assistance with that, because you'd be surprised how that can have an effect on situations like that. And
Well,
just
that was sorry, sir. Yeah, that was my friend that thought first and all too, because I was saying for the compensation that would need to deal with something like this. You never know if it's going to be like that whenever it come in. The best thing is to actually have some type of spiritual guard against those type of things, so that it may not even get chance to ignite to that point. So I was understanding it from the point of the Heka, which makes perfect sense to me. But I was just thinking of it from through the human lens, actually dealing with it without these. I mean, at no point we actually function without the spiritual, but just thinking of it as from a physical aspect only. So,
well, what did it say in the tablets? Your spiritual aspirant, your only thought should be of El Elo, or if you want to say Yahuwah, or if you want to say who, that's where your mental thought should be. And then you become an implement and a tool.
And a conduit to kind of channel the energy through. Yeah.
Well, again, these are things that miracles can happen that you physically couldn't make happen. And so this is one of the biggest things that was talked about, that man's thought is supposed to be about the Most High. But what happened is when man came here, they became engrossed in their own desires.
Yeah.
So again, that's what? A distraction.
Flesh. The flesh without control is pure distraction.
Flesh.
Yeah.
Flesh is weak.
Yep.
That's the problem. The flesh is weak. And now everybody knows that their mind is not the brain. That's where the scientists are getting it wrong, because they keep attributing the mind to the brain. And now you know the mind is outside the brain, and the true self is outside the mind.
Yeah.
So now that you got that, when you look in the mirror, when everyone's, in the AM, when you getting yourself ready or whatever, before you go, you look in the mirror and you stare at yourself and you realize that that body is just what it is, a vessel, nothing more.
Yeah.
That's not the true self.
More,
that's not you. All right.
All right, Chief. Much appreciated.
Much appreciated. So let's get back to 7, or did we finish 770? Okay, yeah, you are where you're supposed to be. Just look around. All right. So I think I saw a question. Let me see here. Baba Tunde, I put the link in the chat. So the link is there for the article from the Japanese Prime Minister. June 1st, Dapa, is the start of the hurricane season here in the Caribbean. Where is it, Dapa? There you are. So yes, I want to speak something here out of this book. Nature of Nature. Whoa. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Nature of Nature. I can hear Nature of Nature. Yeah, this is the book, Nature of Nature. You might be able to get a PDF from archive.com on there.
A little bit closer. Oh, listen to reason. You will send me a sample out of that book now.
Well, but the book is this is a PDF, so you should be able to get it, because I don't know if I have a PDF.
Listen to reason.
No, it's called The Nature of Nature. That's the title.
Nature of Nature.
Yeah, The Nature of Nature. Let me see if I have it. Oh, it's MP3.
And you said that was written by
It's by Utu Afru Unu, but from what I was told is that was just the pen name that ASHNYM used.
Yes, because I think it was you sent me something out of that book there already, you know.
Oh, I did? Okay, see the nature of nature. Let me see if it's in here. No, this isn't it. So I have to go searching for this. Oh, on Scribe? Okay, so if anyone's got Scribe, you can get it.
I can't get in. We here in the Caribbean can't get into Scribe again. They're blocking us. Well, they're blocking me.
Yeah, so I don't see. This is the book here, The Nature of Nature, Introduction, Book 1. Yeah, this is it. So I want to speak something here real quick before we move on. Listen to reason. A stated introduction, Book 1, the chaos or the disorder and cosmos, the order of eternal nature, alternate, they take turns, existing equally by time, meaning one half of eternal time that passes belongs to chaos and the other half to cosmos. That is, absolute nature is in order for 80 circle cycles in the same time span, likewise for disorder. The time period of a circle cycle of the SMAT circle of order is 72 million years, as in Introduction Book 1. This book also shows the connection between the cosmos and chaos circle of SMAT. It is true that the top circle is the SMAT circle of order, and the bottom circle is that of the SMAT circle of disorder. See shape 6 in this paragraph. The arrows demonstrate how one circle can become the other circle by way of the figure 8, and the arrows also illustrate what direction, clockwise or counterclockwise, the circles rotate. The order circle revolves counterclockwise, the turn of order, and the disorder circle rotates clockwise, the turn of chaos by nature. Let it be remembered always, and let it be known. So counterclockwise is nature, and clockwise is disorder. All right. So definitely you want to do some rituals and protection for your houses for those in the Caribbean, so you don't get hit with the hurricanes. Those in the southern Turtle Island that are able to definitely do something, because I heard they were talking about a Category 6 coming into, I think it was Louisiana, up in that area, and they said it'll be worse than Hurricane Katrina, or it might come into Florida. So make sure that you all are doing that. This is what we have to do to stay in tune, and the ancestors will make a way for you not to be caught up in that disaster. All right, so I appreciate everyone for being on here for their open Q&A, and we will keep everyone informed as we're doing some transitioning here, and let everyone know what's happening for our New Year's. All right, so everyone have a great shadow hour, and be on the lookout for the replay. Shaayuaat, Shaayuaat, Shaayuaat. White power, white power, white power.